Jennifer is a good opposition. I've had talked. Both sides should be held accountable. I don't know why we're fighting with that. Like I said, I opened up with saying that there's no way I would defend Trump left corner. And if Trump did anything, then put away. So I don't know why we're fighting her over that. But Jennifer, just go ahead. Like maybe.
But man, none of us are doing that.
I like Jennifer though.
Great. Stay drunk.
No, I'm just saying.
Matt, the reason that we have a problem with the Jennifer types is because they only target on this side. And when you do talk about their own
Viking, you think it's too much.
Viking, no. You're categorizing me. Nope.
So again,
Yeah, you think it's too much.
No, an affair with Lewinsky is very different than rape.
All these other ones,
Right.
There's a huge difference between rape and affair. There's a huge difference between an affair and pedophilia.
I've never liked you.
So Viking, don't put me in a generalization of liberals. I'm not a liberal.
She calls it affair. So I'm glad she believes that 12-year-old kids can consent to having a fucking affair.
I think Viking's a skinhead.
Lewinsky was 12.
He agrees with a black person. There you go. How's that?
Viking, you're not even listening to me. Lewinsky was 12 years old.
I don't get it. Clit was on the island. Fucking 12-year-olds.
Right, and he should be in jail.
Okay.
He should be in jail. Anybody who... Like, what are we arguing about?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. But, I mean, the one thing I would say is that, Jennifer, obviously there's certain things that we might go, we don't know your voting history, whatever, in local elections or whatever. I mean, if you are supporting certain things that do, support what you're complaining against.
I tend to vote libertarian, and I honestly feel like my vote doesn't matter, so,
Wait, what's that?
I tend to vote libertarian, but I feel my vote doesn't matter, so it is what it is.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I believe, there's a big difference between having an affair with Lewinsky compared to rape or pedophilia. And anyone who has raped someone or has sex trafficked or abused a child or raped a child, they should be in
The
jail.
one that keeps bringing up Lewinsky is you. No one said Lewinsky. Paula Jones was raped.
In the chat, Viking brought up Paula Jones.
That's what everybody was talking to you about. You brought up Lewinsky because you.
Well, Lewinsky was brought up in the chat. Paula Jones? Paula Jones? Yes.
Okay, Matt, can I just ask Jennifer a question?
We're just gonna forget that.
Whoever is guilty needs to be in prison. Whoever is guilty.
Guys, look, they're right.
Doesn't matter, even if it's me.
But here's my concern, man. I think we all have to be honest on this, right? Having your name, and let me ask Jennifer this question, okay, Jennifer? And I think I started this chaos on the stage, and apologize for bringing. Apologize.
Go to fucking.
Apologize for bringing up
Jennifer, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that if someone? Okay, do you believe that if someone's name is in the files, it means they're guilty? Is that what you say?
No,
So
because I know that.
So hold on. So do you believe that Donald Trump is guilty?
I believe that he needs to be brought to to court to be questioned about.
Based on what? Based on
what has been shared.
Hold on, Viking. Let me just have this conversation with her.
Based on what has been shared in the files, and some of the things like victims have come forward. It's recorded, and then they come forward, then they redact it, or So
there's Virginia, one of the known and probably the most prolific ones that this guy pimped out to every major person, and she actually exonerated Donald Trump. Is there any exoneration you've heard from any of these victims from any other major? Be honest, major name in the world. Any exoneration?
Major name? Not that I'm aware of, no.
So does it count to you that there's been several of these victims that have actually exonerated Donald Trump, saying, he wasn't involved, I never saw him on the island, I never saw him here, and I don't think, including one who was suicide because of the damage that was done to her, and you had the British Prince have to resign. Huh?
Fucking Clinton even exonerated.
Bill Clinton even exonerated. So my question is, does that take into account, or is your view that he's guilty just by association?
No, I'm not saying that Trump is guilty until he has his time in court.
No. So my question to you is,
He has
other
to be
victims,
charged with a crime.
victims exonerated him. That doesn't matter to you.
Right,
You
but
said,
how
I'm
do
standing
we-
for the victims. I'm standing for the victims. But if there's no complaints from victims, and majority of them
You
exonerated,
don't know how our justice system works.
if
You have to
majority,
be charged with a crime.
It's so
If
hard
there's
to
no
hear you,
evidence of a
King
crime.
Nav, when
yeah, if majority of the
when Biden
victims,
is talking.
if majority of the victims have exonerated Donald Trump, you still believe,
But have they? When there's several pages that have been, not released by the
Well, so
DOJ
hold on,
that is
hold on.
under this admin.
hold on.
You know, and we know how wealthy
hold on,
people
Jennifer,
work.
how do you know? So this is what you're saying to me. This is what I'm hearing you say. Because these files haven't been released, by the way, Merrick Garland didn't release them. I guess that means that he must be named as well. Okay, but you're saying because they didn't release the files, it means that Donald Trump's name is in those files. So therefore, he must be named. He must come to court to defend himself. Didn't release some files that you're saying are there, but you've never seen the files, so you don't know if he's guilty in them. But Merrick Garland and Joe Biden and Otto Penn and all those people didn't release the files at all, but they don't have to go to court and say anything why they didn't do it, and you're not assuming their names are in it, but you're
No,
assuming
they-
Donald Trump's is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as releasing the files under the Obama and Biden administration, what I have been told by a friend of mine that's a lawyer is that the reason why it wasn't released is because it was still an active investigation.
Which it
As
still
of
was, by the way,
January-
till last year.
As of
December of
January,
last year.
as of January 2026, it was no longer an active investigation, and so this administration has the full ability to release.
Wait a minute. This is great.
Why,
Jennifer, you just said something that was amazing.
Needed a file to be leaked.
Can I finish my statement?
No, hold on, Jennifer. I just want to cut you off once, and I'm sorry for doing this.
That's
But
okay.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear.
Seems to be that
I'm
way.
going to cut you off for a second because you said is either profound or a gaslight. Okay, now you're saying that by January 2026, it couldn't be, and yet Thomas Massey and everyone gaslit the entire. You're a libertarian. Gaslit the entire country for 6-7 months. The administration is hiding out stuff. Are you saying that the administration was correct in the year of 2025, according to your lawyer friend, to not release anything because they couldn't, because of the court things, because of the same reason why Obama and Biden couldn't? Is that what you're saying? For the year of 2025? So you believe that Thomas Massey was gaslighting the country, saying that the administration could do it, but they're choosing not to. MTG and all these people that were coming out with all these comments were basically doing it for political expediency because they were saying the administration could release it. They're choosing not to. There's nothing stopping them. And so as a libertarian, are you disgusted by Thomas Massey for lying about the law
Yes.
and telling everyone? Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I have some respect for you in that because he basically gaslit the entire country, caused an issue telling everyone they could do it. Now, if your view is post January 2026, there's nothing stopping them from doing it, fair. But then you have the problem where a law was passed in October of 2025 that basically told them to release it, but there's still court. Oh, and by the way, your lawyer friend is kind of wrong. I just want to
Are
let
you
you know.
speaking of the Transparency Act?
Correct, but I just want to let you know your lawyer friend is kind of wrong because the case that supposedly is this January was actually in the appeal process, so it's actually still in the court system. And so the judge actually has said you can't release. So it's actually so though the law is there, the question now, it's a constitutional question, is does Congress law, which Donald Trump signed, does Congress's law supersede the rights of the in the court, that of the defendant in the court? And so it sounds like what you're saying is that because your lawyer friend said it, but you probably didn't research the case because you can research it very quickly. And if the court case still says that they can't release it, are you willing to say, okay, maybe he can't release it? Are you willing to say that because you were willing to say that for 2025?
Am I willing to say that Trump cannot release the files at this point?
Correct.
No, I'm not willing to say that.
There's a
Now,
for
ending up if
the wedge.
That we're in
There's a force in the world, Danny.
Released what? Maybe like 10% of it or something
This
like that?
campaign was endorsed by Ty Webb, by the
about
way.
85% according to a judge, but
3 million pages.
Maybe you don't
Okay.
believe
You
judges.
should read. which clearly you don't, because you
Ask
said
your lawyer
he
friend.
needs to go to court, but he's not charged in any of the releases. He's not found to have done anything in any of the releases because he was the first one scoured through it. We're utilizing every AI bot there, every algorithm, and every news network was scouring for him directly. They care about anybody else, but they scoured for him. If there was a hit, you would have known it. But you apparently get your news from TikTok or some friend told you something.
No, I'm not on TikTok, and I'm not on X.
I have a question for Jennifer.
No, and in addition to my friend that's a lawyer, I've also
Yeah.
done my own research, but, you know, I mean,
They come up
I-
with court
Okay, but
cases
then you
still
still
ongoing.
said
Let me
Trump
have a-
belongs in
ask her.
court
Let me
without
ask you a
any
question.
evidence.
can I ask you guys a question? How come, if there's a sex trafficking ring, how come only 2 people have been held accountable? Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
And that's 100%. Look, Jennifer, these are questions that you should say.
And Trump
we
being
are-
the
hold
one
on,
that was
hold on,
going to drain the
hold on,
swamp,
hold on,
like how
Jennifer,
come
Jennifer.
he isn't like?
Jennifer, these are arguments where you can win. I'll tell you, you can win with most people if you say, look, there's no evidence that Donald Trump has done anything wrong in the Epstein file, and there is an evidence of several victims, because you know that, don't act like you don't. Virginia Gofield, I think her name is, who basically came out saying, no, he wasn't there, and I met him several times, and he was a gentleman, and never touched me, never did anything. She has no benefit, no financial benefit. No reason, but she was the number when she went to Prince Andrew.
Admitting that she was coerced when she redacted her own.
Try to use that as an opponent because she by the way said those that then there's no reason he can do it now unless you believe.
Well, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So
Didn't
the
interrupt
final.
you.
So if you have the final, so if your belief is because pages weren't released, then that automatically means they're guilty. Then you should also say, hey, Thomas, he claimed he had a name of these people, and he didn't release them. Why is he? And he says he has the list. I guess your assumption is he should go to court also because he must be guilty because there's some reason why he's hiding those names. And so they should go to court because their name is probably accused in there too, if that's your stand. Thank you.
Thank you for all of that. First of all, you haven't listened to me. Second of all, you haven't seen my message in the feed. I believe that both sides should be held accountable. Everyone that's in the files, even if it was just emails or whatnot, friends, should be questioned. And so far, who have we questioned?
Wait.
Donald Trump gave
Hold
away.
on, to be
Donald
clear.
Trump gave a deposition.
Jennifer, you're lying. Earlier I asked you.
Don't even know, or you're just ignorant.
Jennifer, you're lying right now, and with all due respect, you're lying because you
How
said.
am I lying?
Oh, just wait. I asked you the question, Matt. Can I said, do you believe if someone's name is in the file that they're and I said, oh, okay. Now you're saying anyone who's in the files should have to answer questions for. But earlier you said if their name is in the file,
Didn't they be? So that if they have
which is
information
correct.
about
Your first point
others,
or now?
like
So
shouldn't
earlier
they
you
be?
lied, and
Like,
now you lying.
Happened. No, she's not lying. You're reframing what happened. She did
Yeah.
what she just said before you asked her that question.
No, that's
There's
not.
not anybody lying. You're just
No. She said. So I asked, and so
No,
I'll
I
ask
heard
again.
her. It was as soon as I
So
came in.
I'll ask again. Do you believe anyone named in the file, okay, whose name is there, whether it was an email and they just said hi Jeffrey or whatever, should go to court because it's a presumption?
That's not the question you asked me. The original question you asked me were guilty, and I said no.
Correct.
And if they're in the files, yes, they should be questioned. They should, there
So
should
even
be
just sending an
follow
email.
up. And I don't feel like
So you
it's
feel
Trump.
Donald Trump is guilty because he was named in the because there was files
Goodness.
missing. That's what you said. You said Donald Trump is
The
guilty
King
because
Dresser
it's files
was
missing.
named in the files as well.
I think that anyone in the files, it doesn't matter what side they're on, if they're Hollywood, if they're poor, if they're rich,
But he could
they should be questioned.
But he was
So that we can get to the bottom of this.
How about this? I'm going to get back in here, and then I'm going to get to Blake because he has the same kind of thinking. Shoot, now I lost what I was going to say. So the names in the files, okay, how about this? If the names in the file have been investigated and they've basically been exonerated, then they should not be mentioned, or they should be pushed aside, right, Jennifer? Like there should be nothing.
Yeah, but it's hard to do that when all of the files haven't been released. You know, we still have a good amount of the files.
Yeah, just gonna hold you a little bit.
You know.
That's a little bit of an excuse. There's like 25 pages you said that are missing. I have to investigate a little bit more, but
I'd have to look.
How many names are really realistically in that? There's like more names? I mean, come on, let's be real. It's not like it's 400 names, right? You would admit that, right?
Honestly, I don't know. That's a question I can't answer.
I know, but I'm just giving this food for thought. Let that sink in. Like, I get that you're gonna always use that there's 25, missing pages as your backup to things.
Has anyone here spent more than 2 hours even going through the DOJ website?
John, hold on, chill. Now I want to go to Blake, because Blake has a similar, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he just has similar thinking. Blake, did you want to jump in and say something or no?
And wait, before you go into him,
Yeah.
I'm going to jump down to the audience because it seems like every time I come up on stage, people tell me I talk too much
No, you don't.
and that I'm attention seeking, and I really usually sit in the audience.
I know you do. I appreciate you telling me. I want you to
No, I don't know. Last week I got accused of that, and now today, so I'm drawn to that. So.
You're like the one cool person. So you just stay up here for a little longer.
All right, I will.
I'll make sure the videos don't attack you too much. You're good.
I'm usually multitasking between work and my daughter and whatever. So
sure,
I don't know.
No problem.
Anyway.
I got you. Don't worry about it. Okay, Blake, are you there? I think he's on the phone now.
Man, but here's my thing with this whole Epstein thing. Like, everybody named, and what I think really is in the last few pages that aren't there are things that were actually involving our government. Because people overlook the fact that Epstein got a large number of African warlords their money back. Not sure how that comes to relevance, but to obtain those funds that were seized and then all of a sudden be able to get them back. He's also the only one that was able to get a fucking visa to go visit Afghanistan from America in a war. Kind of confusing on that to go see Rumsfeld. So, like, the fact of what he did in Egypt and all of these things, I think it has more to do with national security than just anything else.
I agree. I think there's more to this. Jennifer, do you agree at all that there are some things, in my opinion, I think, Epstein was used as a honeypot. I think he was, CIA, some sort of kind of hybrid, you want my honest opinion. So he was trying to set up people, and maybe the government got caught using him to do this kind of thing, and they're embarrassed by it by now, you know what I mean? And now, unfortunately, there's some real victims involved in this, so it messes it up even more. I don't know if do you have any reason to believe that maybe the government is scared about those kind of things, Jennifer? Just out of curiosity, just real quick, and then I'll go to somebody else. But
I mean, possibly. I mean, there's even conspiracy now that he's still alive, and that he's replaced somebody else, So I don't really know what to believe in this day and age. But like I said, I don't know. I feel like our government, our society.
So you possibly believe he's still alive, hanging out in Israel? Is that what you're saying, Jennifer?
No, they think he's hanging out in Florida and he took over somebody.
I've seen videos.
It's like still theories,
I've seen AI video of him in a car. You guys saw that one driving around. That was pretty funny, but they make it so real. It's like it took me like 2 minutes to figure out if it was really.
They didn't want these files coming out because of Bill Gates. Are you guys even going to mention Bill Gates or Bill Clinton, the two biggest purveyors of sexual trafficking with Ghislaine?
You should go to jail if you did anything. And by the way, just real quick, you realize that even if Trump is some kind of trouble with this, he's going to be long dead before anything ever happens to him. So it's kind of like a fight that's not, in my opinion, worth fighting. If I was on your side, maybe he was a little bit younger. It might be, but this guy will be long gone before things go, the way we think, or might not go. Blake, go ahead. You wanted to come off. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying, man. I'm hearing both arguments. Everybody that knows me, Brad, you, Matt, man, y'all know that I'm not at this. And I think the biggest problem with this whole thing, bro, is we keep having the urgency, the tendency to look at this from a political lens, from a partisan lens. And one thing that we're starting to find out that DC has a bipartisan effort to fuck us over and fuck our kids. And that's just what it boils down to. Like, this is no longer, they broke the dynamic of whether this is on Bush, whether this is on Clinton alone, whether this is solely on Trump, because definitely the left is now finally taking an interest in this crockpot conspiracy theory that's been going on for so long, bro. I was so alone for so many years with people thinking I'm fucking crazy because I'm like, dude, I think that DC or some element in DC is running a honeypot operation because I cannot explain this Epstein character. And we fast forward to 2019 when he gets arrested and sent to the jail up in New York. And we're like, okay, cool. You know, there's some interest in this. And, you know, people are paying attention a little bit now. And the fucking dude hangs himself, right? He supposedly hangs himself from a 3-foot bump, and all the cameras go off, and the fucking guys responsible for watching them are fucking asleep. And, you know, everything just perfectly lines up with this guy just disappearing from the headlines. And it just begs to wonder, like, dude, this is just, it's Trump's fault. It's Clinton's fault. It's like, bro, you gotta get to the point where you might have to assume, you might have to take a long leap. Because, I mean, this happens when you troubleshoot in real life. When you troubleshoot complex issues, you know, sometimes you have to take a leap based off of what you're dealing with and run with it and see where you land. And so far, they're not willing to do that. We're not willing to do it. And we'd be fools if we sit here and expect them to investigate themselves. If they don't do nothing about this, we're at the point where it's a bipartisan effort of we the people to show up in DC and give them the French Revolution treatment. It's time for some haircuts, man. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's not a Trump thing. It's not a Clinton.
Yeah, you're calling for violent revolution? Are you crazy?
I am crazy, bro. I'm not calling for it, man. I'm not calling for it. I am crazy. The world is crazy. And sad to say that this country, 1776, was built on a violent revolution.
Okay, so who are you going to execute first, and who are your top 10 executions?
I don't want that to happen. Look, I'm saying that half jokingly, but I'm also saying that caution to the wind that that's sadly where we might be going if they don't seriously get down on us. Because we got Lutnick. Y'all keep asking about names. How about we just start with Lutnick, bro? Why aren't we pursuing that? Like, he's clearly perjured himself. He's clearly false deep in the files. He's like, oh, you didn't know.
So you want us to behead Lutnick based on a clubhouse trial from Afroman? Okay, Afroman.
Man, you gotta get rid of this guy. He keeps fucking up the flow of the combo, man. God damn.
Hey, I'm not saying that. No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying like, look, I'm using it as spice. I'm just putting a little spice on it, man. I'm just saying, if they don't, though, if they keep fucking with us and we keep going into these wars and we keep doing weird shit, and if a fucking dude, a regular guy like you and I can't afford to get bread, we're going to end up in a situation where we have biblical amounts of fucking violence on somebody. So I'm just saying.
Well, did they cut your SNAP benefits?
No, not SNAP, not free money. I'm saying where an average hardworking dude like you and me can't fucking put bread on the table because they're fucking around. You gotta give us something.
What you're saying reminded me of something Thomas Jefferson said. He said the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
And it sucks, don't it? Like, the thing about that in real life, that fucking sucks, dude. You know what I mean? Like
that's why they secured the First Amendment and also the Second Amendment. If for shit like this, they knew that people are become corrupt with power, and when that happens, it's up to individual citizens that basically, like the American Revolution started with militia. It was a bunch of regular people in their farms who got tired of the bullshit, got tired of the red coats, and regular people refused to comply. That's what it is.
in our preamble says, like, if things aren't going the way that you wanted, that you have to take it into your own hands to figure out a new government. You gotta put it all the way down, burn it all down in so many words. So I mean,
That's the Declaration of Independence.
Declaration. I'm sorry, we all get all mixed up, but yeah. But that's kind of what Blake is trying to get at, right? Blake, it's like if you don't feel like the government is going against you, at some point you do have to like relook at things, right? I mean,
yeah, he's calling for the execution and the beheading of dozens of people. This is anarchy, not law. That's tyranny. There's a big difference there.
okay, go ahead, Adrian.
I mean, with the shit with the Epstein debacle.
Not too much on anarchy, kiddo.
So this whole thing with the Epstein shit, man. I hate to be the bearer of bad news to the people who have sensitive feelings. This isn't the first time. Epstein isn't the first thing. He isn't going to be the last. This network of pedophilia and corrupt individuals, all powerful mother. This ain't the first time he's.
Yeah, it's the pimp network, like P. Diddy.
Man, bro, I need you to get the fuck out of my way, bro. Don't interrupt me.
Why don't you
Stage.
That's what you did, man.
Good luck.
Fuck you. Adrian said, what the fuck is going on? And then the other two came up and said, what the fuck is that?
A lot of fucks going on. I got it. All right. Well, if nobody wants Adrian, you're gonna have to go down the goo. Baby, are we good with that or no?
Oh,
Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm good with everything.
Okay, let's go on mute. Go ahead, Adrian. Go ahead. Don't mention their names, by the way. Just keep going.
I never mentioned anybody's name. Again, Epstein isn't the first. He isn't going to be the last. Honestly, if people were really paying attention to this whole pedophile ring, will understand Larry King really was the first Epstein. He was the first Epstein, not the Larry King from CNN. No,
Good evening,
not him.
Chicago Mayor John Kitover says the city's long-running pension debt is...
Lawrence E. King out of Nebraska. This motherfucker was running kids from a goddamn boys' town orphanage, headed up by Father Flanagan.
Father Flanagan!
Bill Clinton being involved in this shit in the early 90s, late 80s and shit. Like, this isn't Bill Clinton's first rodeo being roped in with a fucking world-renowned pedophile. This isn't Washington, D.C.'s first time. This shit has been going on in America for the last 35 to 40 fucking years. Right?
It's actually been longer than that.
Epstein isn't the first. He isn't going to be the last. Right? That video that you talked about, Matt, that wasn't an AI video of him in a car on the highway or whatever the fuck in traffic. That wasn't AI. Actually, the real guy came out and said, yo, I'm not him. Please stop saying that I'm fucking Epstein. I'm not him. I'm just another guy from fucking Florida that's living my life. Like, stop that shit.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, that's a real person. Right? So when we talk about this shit,
Well, what about P. Diddy and the Boulay? Isn't he running the same pimp scam?
man, what the fuck, man?
I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about
Can't take it. Can't take it.
And the files and whatnot, man. I asked everybody this one fucking question. They dropped everything that you've ever wanted to know about the Epstein in your lap right now.
P. Diddy.
Everything that you've ever wanted, they dropped it in your lap right now. What's your next move? What are you gonna do?
Vote Republican.
Does that change?
Vote Republican.
Bills coming to your house that you gotta pay every month? Does that change gas prices up? What is your next move? How's that gonna change your fucking life?
Hello?
Yeah, you found out that the head of the RNC was fucking a 12-year-old.
Hello?
Now. What now?
Hello?
I think people are so goddamn focused on this Epstein shit that they can't think clearly or they can't fucking see straight and nothing else matters. That shit is fucking insane to me to see how people are fixated on this one particular topic. Hey y'all, there's bigger fish that needs to be fried. There's bigger shit that's going on right now. You got motherfuckers extracting your fucking country via your tax dollars and getting away scot-free, and they ain't even from this motherfucker. You think they worried about the Epstein files? No. They're still collecting your tax dollars for free, and your government is helping them. Hey, let's stay worried about Epstein though. While the motherfucker from your city in your goddamn neighborhood is extracting your fucking tax dollars free of charge, and none of them are going to jail.
Hello?
Hey man, y'all got this shit, cuz.
We got it. We got this. Don't worry, guys. We got this.
Immigrant motherfuckers, these illegal immigrant motherfuckers.
Uh-oh.
Tearing our country apart from within.
Hello?
Via extraction. And our government is helping them do this shit, y'all. But hey.
You're Adrian,
Can't more than one thing be true, though? Can't we be worried about the immigrants and Iran and our soldiers and the fact that they've got a ring of pedophiling, blackmailing, corrupt, crooked politicians running our mocking country? I mean, all of those things can be true at the same time.
Again, it's back to my question, serendipity. If you got everything that you've ever asked for to know about the Epstein file, what now?
Get those motherfuckers out of my government. That's what now.
I mean, we rioted on January 6th. Why can't we do it again?
I mean, of the people that's in this...
Like, we can start it again. Like, why not, you know? I can't sit by and let little kids be raped.
Of all that was that's in this room right now, who was at January 6th on that day?
Nobody.
I was.
No, you weren't. It's just you weren't there.
I wasn't because I was working.
Chicago mayor. We're going to liberate this city.
You were
Rid of the pension debt and grow this great city. This is page before Chicago.
But I'm just saying.
I never saw him on the island, I never saw him here. And I had nothing including.
You was in journalism. You still doing journalism, nigga? You still working? Okay.
Yeah, Adrian was there. He was on the ground.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, bro, if motherfuckers really want to get shit done, they don't get shit done. Clearly, people don't want to get shit done because people are fucking complacent.
Can we we can't hear guys with both mics open. Something's.
I think Adrian got a point. I mean, he got a point. I'm just saying, like there's no way, like, where I'm just like, yeah, gung ho, let's just fucking burn it down. I'm just saying, where does it end, and where do you start? And I think one prerequisite to having a country that is for the liberty and justice of all is to make sure that our children are safe. Into that, I think that securing our borders is main priority. We got sub-Obama levels of deportations right now. As much as I supported ICE, what they were doing, it's sad. It's just a fucking show. It's just a fucking theater that ended up with two fucking idiot leftists laid the fuck out.
To be fair, on the immigration thing, on the immigration thing, Trump's not allowing catch and release, and
The core of it
blocked
is
the
the
border.
Federal Reserve. They're the real issue since 1912. That's the core of all this shit. They just gaslight everybody and say the immigrants, the this, the that. And I'm not saying there's not issues little by little, but the big fish is the Federal Reserve. You never hear anyone talk about that. That we gotta end the Federal Reserve. That prints your money, robs you every day.
We gotta go back to the gold standard, guys. Otherwise, that's the crypto, bro.
Yeah.
No,
Well, the
it's
Federal
true.
Reserve print money.
No, look,
so
since 1912, there was no income tax. There was no Federal Reserve. What happened in 1912? The Federal Reserve was legalized and income tax was introduced. You think it's a coincidence? This is
yeah,
a
it
real
was
system.
unanimously by Congress. they actually they wanted the taxes. They needed the taxes because, again, we had a dust bowl, we had starvation, we had a lot of issues in this country, so they needed to collect it. That was the only way they could raise revenue, was an income tax. But Lincoln imposed taxes too for his war. But I don't hear you bitching to go back to Lincoln saying he's part of the fucking conspiracy.
All I'm saying is that the big fish is the Federal Reserve because they literally print money and they make the average American.
Okay, let me say this again. The Federal Reserve does not print fucking money. Do you not know what the Federal Reserve does? It regulates rates.
They set the rates.
They do.
They set the interest rates. It's the Treasury that prints the money. People get the Treasury and the Federal Reserve mixed up, or they think they're the same, but they're not.
The point is,
No. The point is I'm confused how people can get on stage and don't know how the system works.
This is so annoying. I know you've read these conspiracy theories somewhere. It's fine, but I've listened to this shit for years. Okay, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But Pepe, this is my biggest issue. He doesn't even know how the government works, but yet he's going to push something and tell me this is the biggest threat. Yet he knows nothing of how the system works. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? My biggest threat right now is whether or not I'm going to pay 10 cents more at Buc-ee's for gas, or I'm going to pay less at the Exxon one. I don't fucking know. Or whichever one of these drunk fucking cowboys is going to hit me on the car. That's my biggest threat. The biggest concern that Americans have is not the Federal fucking Reserve, although I wish they would drop rates, but I understand the economic principles that they have to lay out, and I don't necessarily always agree with them, but they determine rates. They don't print money. They don't sit there and control the finances, although their influence is palpable. So, again, conspiracy theory just doesn't hold merit, and you don't even know what you're ascribing.
the Federal Reserve does QE. The government issues bonds. That's how they print money. I'm not
Oh my god, quantitative easing! Oh my god!
But he just offered quantitative easing as the argument.
Yeah. Like, what are you saying though? That's just a function of what they're supposed to do. Like, if they're supposed to do that, then you're just telling us what they're supposed to do. So what's the issue with what you're saying?
First off, the priority is for you, Brad, is to make sure you go to Buc-ee's and get you one of those fucking big ass jackets, your boy rings. That's what you go to if you're near a Buc-ee's. Greatest gas station in America, by the way.
Like, I'm not really worried about it, nor like carjackings here. Like I said, right next to me is my 416 Great B, so I literally will be able to shoot through this Modelo factory if I needed to.
Y'all were way off topic, like way.
He mentioned Buc-ee's, and my mouth just started water, man. That fucking
I don't even
gigantic.
mean, how the fuck did we get to the Federal Reserve when we were talking about Epstein? Apparently we were talking about.
We're gonna go back to Epstein. Just some idiot came out and thought the Federal Reserve prints all our money, determines what we can have in our bank accounts, and is the controlling authority over all financial. And then his source and his claim was backed up by quantitative easing. So Pepe and I just kind of laughed at him.
I got a topic, which is actually a question. I don't know if y'all talked about it already, but I was looking at some posts on Instagram, and they were saying that Kim Jong-un was threatening to nuclear bomb Israel if they did anything. Is that true?
No.
I haven't heard that at all.
North Korea won't say anything yet. They just said they oppose the U.S.'s actions, but they haven't done or said anything else that I can. And I've been watching because I was curious if they were going to do anything. They haven't really done anything.
Y'all want to know is how the American populace is affected? I'll give an example. What the fuck happened to Savannah Guthrie's mom? We just moved past that shit?
Can I ask ask a serious question. Who the fuck is Savannah Guthrie? I know her mom's missing, but who the fuck?
He was the anchor on NBC who first interviewed the Epstein survivors or victims, right? She was a major news anchor in this country on NBC.
Oh, her?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Brad, guess what? Her husband used to do. Her husband was chief of staff for Al. Not only that, he also ran a fucking PR company that provided Clintons. So again, we just go from mom being kidnapped.
There's some really weird shit.
Talking about this.
I haven't been paying attention to it, even though I live here in Arizona, but I did. There was some really bizarre shit. So, like a block away from me, there's a home invasion. I live in a pretty nice area, so that's not a common thing here. And they caught it. Basically, somebody caught one of the kids hid in the closet, called the cops, and there's two teenagers. One of them had a gun. They were dressed, and they drove here with a rental car from California, from Northern California. And they were given a task online. I don't know how this, but basically, hey, look, these people have 60 million in crypto in their wallet. You need to go down there and get.
And they were sending ransom notes to TMZ.
Yeah, and so these two got caught, and of course they're fucked. But I think they were both 70. That's the other weird part. But they were given the money by these people online, and they were like, I guess now they're kind of thinking like those two might be related somehow.
And Pepper's
really weird.
You goddamn right it's weird. You're 100% correct. It is, right? We just moved past the Savannah Guthrie shit, right? Since we're talking about Epstein. While everyone was focused on Savannah Guthrie, because she's the higher profile name in this shit, people should have been paying attention to the husband. Alright? There's a reason why I brought up the husband. Look into his background, y'all. This motherfucker ran a PR company that ran cover for the Clintons. He was also the chief of staff for Al Gore. Ironically, she came up missing. His mother-in-law, Savannah Guthrie's mom, came up missing a month before what major incident happened with the Clintons, before they were set to goddamn give a deposition. The very guy who ran a PR company for the fucking Clintons, his mother ends up getting kidnapped. Who just happens to have the daughter interview the victims of the Epstein shit. Right before the fucking Clintons have a deposition. Yo, this is I can't make this shit the fuck up. It's gallows humor right now. How we're so easily distracted by other bullshit that don't fucking matter. This case still hasn't been resolved, y'all. And what came out of the Clinton deposition? Does anybody? Because I don't fucking know. We just moved past that shit.
Clinton exonerated Trump. Hillary threw a temper tantrum because somebody took her picture, and then she yelled at everybody and said, I have no idea about it. Yet somehow or another, she's always surrounded by these guys that are always in fucking sexual proclivities, like Anthony Weiner.
John Podesta.
Yeah, all of these guys. But yet somehow or another, she knows nothing. Amazing.
She knows nothing. Why do you think my PTR is the way it is? Like, nothing to see here, folks.
I do like your PTR. I wrote it in the chat. Fast.
We should probably stop talking about Clinton because I'll probably get a double tap from 12-gauge shotgun in the back of the head and be told it's a suicide.
A shotgun blast to the back of into your back while you're hanging from a fucking tree with goddamn your throat slit, and they're gonna rule it a suicide. With your hands zip tied behind your back.
You want to entertain me with a good time? Wow.
And possibly some missing organs. And they're gonna say it's
Matt,
a
I knew you were freaky like that.
Yeah.
We gotta stop walking carrot, man.
That sounds like what that crazy white girl was trying to do to get to Texas.
That's so easy to distract us, man. I swear it is.
I mean, in all seriousness, Adrian, though, I mean, you got a point. My only thing with this stage to just push back a little bit when y'all was, jumping on that was that, man, this is a bipartisan effort, man. And I think that we ain't gonna. I think that it's a little bit more intertwined and connected than we think. I think it does have a lot to do with our foreign relations, especially if this is a honeypot operation that's involved with some other foreign,
It's not a bipartisan thing because for fucking 2 other administrations, all the way to Obama, all the way back to Bush, the Democrats have been screaming no. In fact, fucking Chelsea Clinton's wedding literally has everybody named in the Epstein files as the guest list. So stringing her, but guess what? They're not. They don't get turned into shows and movies about her, but they won't fucking say, you know what? She needs to go.
Mikey, can I ask you a question? When you say that, are you speaking of Dem politicians? Speaking of the Democrats that you know in your real life? Because like the Democrats and the liberals that I know in my real life, they've been talking about this since, it's been several administrations. So I don't know, I'm just confused. Like, when you say that, are you talking about the Democratic politicians? Or are you talking about the friends and family that you have in real life that are Democratic or liberal?
Both, because actually the Democrat politicians said it was nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
Right.
A way to slander it.
Right, I agree with that.
Democrats actually supported it, including they cheered on Ellen DeGeneres when she was doing her fucking verbal assault on Donald J. Trump and thought it was really good when she was pounding on fucking Republicans on her fucking little sound bites. So, and then she was held as a poster child for the left. So if you're going to give me that, fine. Your Democrat friends were talking about it, but you know what? They still supported it back. Several of these candidates that said, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. You know what? If they were so concerned about it, why'd they back the people that dismissed it?
I think because of loyalty to party. I think both sides are guilty of that. Like, Dems and Republicans, and all sides, like, we vote to loyalty to party, But as far as like the liberals, and I don't really have that many liberal friends and family in my life. Most of my family and friends are MAGA, but the ones that I know, they've been talking about this. What even mean? To come out.
Most of my friends are MAGA.
So I get what you're.
Let me drop this nugget on your plate. And just something to think about. All right, we know Ghislaine Mack was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, right? Clinton claims she don't even know Ghislaine Maxwell and said that she was a +1.
Yep, she said that in that position.
Yep, and we also know that Bill Clinton was on the island, on the flight logs, Lolita Express, every fucking thing. What is the possibility that Bill and Hillary pimped out their own daughter on the island? Has anybody ever heard of that possibility?
I would not be surprised. Yeah.
Has anybody ever thought about that possibility that they pimped out Chelsea fucking Clinton on the fucking island to all of those motherfuckers? And wasn't her wedding paid for Clinton Foundation? $80 million?
Yeah, they fucking more expensive than Princess Diana's wedding.
Exactly.
Adrian, here's the other crazy part too. Democrats were all like, oh, Trump was on the planes. He's on the plane log from 92 93 to 96. Too bad Epstein didn't buy the island until 98. But his first guests were, guess who? One of them was Clinton. And so clearly there was those ties there, but nobody's actually screaming that. And now you don't hear anything about Trump on the flight logs because guess what? Trump wasn't on the island so far. Unless you've got something that can prove it, I'm reading it now, and you don't have it. What you have is a lot of bullshit. But I don't see anything in there with it. But I see others, and nobody's calling for their heads. You're not going after Pelosi's husband. You're not going after any of these people on the other side. You're not even calling their names out. But yet we have audio and visual evidence that would at least warrant a grand jury indictment. But no, we don't have those. And I do blame Trump for that one. I do blame Pam Bondi. She could have brought him in. Maybe she's scared. Maybe she's like, I'm not getting my family fucking killed over this shit. And I wouldn't blame her. I could understand the severity of it. And I get it. She's probably scared and terrified. And I understand that. And she's probably not too, comfortable with government providing protection because, let's be honest, a lot of people disappear when they get government protection. But overall, I'm kind of like, where's the left on this? Why aren't you going after the Pelosi's? Why aren't you going after some of these other characters that are prominent fundraisers? Why aren't you mad at fucking Bill fucking Gates?
Yeah. And by the way, to your point, Viking, Jennifer, if we got if we had Democrats going after with as much rigor, I guess you could say, with against their own politicians, we actually have some arrests. Wouldn't that actually look a little bit better? That everybody's genuinely on the same page about getting everybody. And we'll do the same too. I'm just throwing that in there.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to double check that. Yeah.
So, Viking, are you saying that there's really nothing in the Epstein files that warrants any type of serious look at this point when it comes to our administration?
At Donald Trump? No. At the administration or people in it? Possibly. I haven't gotten to page 3 million. I haven't read the whole thing. It's a long fucking read. I'm only on a right now. But overall, there's nothing, because that's the first thing I did, is scour for Trump. There's really nothing there about Trump. Yeah, he has connections, but most of the fucking incriminating shit has already been pushed. And MSNBC, Tucker Carlson, Fox News, all of them were targeting it. If they can't find it with the billions of dollars of assets that they've been paid to fucking do it, then I'm kind of lost. Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. But on the other side, there is serious investigation claims that could be done. Namely, with a Bill Gates. All right, why aren't we going after that? This man still holds all the technology. All of you are using Microsoft Windows. Well, even I am, because my company does. But we're not fucking saying, you know what? No, thank you. We're done with this. And forcing him off of Microsoft, forcing him out of... Nobody's calling for that shit. They're still taking campaign fund. Branson took the Obamas for a year-long vacation on his yacht. He's named transporting, went to Nigeria, helped the Saudi fucking crown prince get black boys out of Nigeria, and helped with Epstein on that one. He's listed in there, but nobody's going after him. Nobody wants.
So again, it begs the question why, Merrick Garland didn't go after, wouldn't have opened up these files or something around those lines, right? I believe he's the AG during Biden's term, right? So, there's no reason why we can't ask those questions too. Why would you hide that from the public? What am I missing there? As far as I'm aware, he had actually...
Probably scared, man. That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think both sides are scared. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that I do think there's more to this. I think both sides know what's the real story probably, and they're both playing out the way they want it, and we're all stuck in the middle. We're all sitting here fighting it out, trying to figure out what the truth is, and maybe that's by design in itself. By the way, there's another thing that we don't all talk about, is maybe this is just a plan for us to all have total unrest amongst each other, and who knows where that goes. I have no clue, but I know Homelander, I know you're busy busy talking about stuff in the chat. Did you want to get off your chest? What's going on with you? Or no? No, he's just gonna do Trump face thing there.
Well, Matt, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
go ahead, Gina. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. I think the Epstein files, and it's so interesting because what if, I know this is like so conspiratorial, but what if the Dems and the Lib all in it together? Wait, no, sorry, hold on. The Libs, the Republicans and the Conservatives, okay? Behind closed doors, they're all in it together. So they're all in it together, and they were just like, hey, look, I want you all to show that we're still credible and legitimate, so you all file for the release of the files, and then we're gonna, vote all against it, right? And then, and then if we do, because that was before we actually released it, there was this, I don't remember the vote, but it was like full party, bipartisan Republicans helped voted to withhold it, all Democrats released it, and then we released it, but now there's like all of these,
Took off as Chicago needed growth and discipline. We set a clear goal, make this
right that you can't tell, and I mean, like, it might all be a distraction because, and here it comes. I know everybody's they're all waiting for the fire. Just take it easy, okay? But because like there's a Gaza 2.0. In my opinion, South Lebanon started March and in March of 2024, maybe earlier, but right now we got 1 million plus people displaced, which some of them and most of them, no hopes of. I'm wondering if Israel is going to offer them reparations for the people that they displaced. We also have, today alone, Israel, they killed a couple journalists. Once again, they fired at Steve Sweeney. Steve Sweeney was reported, but this time they killed a couple. Unfortunately, one of them was a 30-year journalist in the region, which was crazy. They're again firing, they killed multiple 9 paramedics. That's crazy. We're talking like this is increasing over here. People are pushing towards, the Israeli government are pushing, getting full, they're calling it the security zone, blue line to Litani River, but now they're thinking about annexing the entire region. There's been talk of elected officials in Israel saying that, we're taking it, we need to extend our borders up to this point. And my biggest concern is, listen, if it is a security issue, which I can, this is a back and forth that's going to be forever. Could this potentially really solve and secure the people of Israel, right? Maybe there's a possibility, okay, but I want to know, are they going to be giving reparations to the 1 million people that they've displaced? Is the Israeli government going to say, okay, listen, we got to take this, we want to find a peace, a pause point to say, look, there are a lot from Hezbollah, from these threats. I know that I've just stolen your home and I've pushed you out of your home and destroyed your home and killed your people and killed innocent people. I think we're up to about 1,200 people today killed since March 2nd. 47 of those had been killed and 112 wounded in the past 24 hours. So, are they going to, is Israel going to be the noble moral compass that we all believe that it should be and say, okay, look, for the people's homes and shit that we're gonna offer you reparations and get you homes?
Which one do you want us to start talking about?
Whatever
they're gonna get offloaded to Europe. They're gonna be offloaded to Europe.
His voice is beautiful, but
Europe is gonna have to take the refugees.
no, I mean she has a
How about we just get rid of the Muslims in America and Europe?
Oh shit, that's some big talk right there.
I've been listening to you guys. You guys are so.
I like that.
I'm talking
power doesn't change people. It magnifies who they are. Humans in nature, by nature, they're evil. And the fact that you are just so focused on Epstein files, fine. We have to, all of us, we have to push and make sure whoever is guilty get prosecuted for 100%. Right? But why don't you take a look at it this way? Guess what? There are countries this shit are legal in them. Fucking a 9-year-old girl is legal. This shit happens all over the fucking planet. There are other countries, they don't even let none of these shit get out. This system was fucking designed to correct itself. That's why this is fucking happening. That's why there is an Epstein file.
All I can
You gotta look at it this way.
say is B's voice is beautiful. You know what? I won't fell asleep off of a specific
What is your...
I'm just saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever. You're gonna be always sorry for the rest of your life. Yeah, man, I'm done, man.
But Ocean, we live in the United States where that's illegal, so we should be fighting for it and standing up for our children.
It's not illegal to actually deport people.
Every one of us. I said every one of
I was
us.
talking about adults having sex with children. That's illegal.
I said every one of us have to push hard enough for all these people who are guilty to get prosecuted. Didn't you hear that part?
That makes sense.
No, I did hear that, yes, and thank you for saying that.
Okay, what were you gonna say, Coco?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why anybody gets upset about us talking about it. There's nothing wrong with us wanting a better country for our kids, for our grandkids, for our nieces and nephews, you know, the kids in our neighborhood. I don't know why people get so fucking disgruntled when we're bringing attention to it. Because honestly, we haven't really been talking about it for the past few weeks. All we've been talking about is foreign fucking wars that honestly, most of us don't want. And if they're saying they want it now, I can tell you last year they were singing a different tune. But for me, and I would think most Americans, we care about the safety and well-being of our communities and our kids. So, yeah, I don't understand why any of you guys really get upset when we're talking about this.
I can tell you why. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and then I'll answer Bemis' questions. No one answered it after you're done, Blake.
Okay.
Or Adrian, go ahead, sorry.
So, people really don't give a fuck about the children. Because if they did, then they would pull them out of fucking public school. Your children is 9 times more likely to get fucked by their teacher than a person in the government.
I do care, and I homeschool my daughter.
I'm sorry, that's just the honest fucking truth. Your child is more likely to get hired by the youth pastor or their coach or their fucking teacher at their public school than anybody in the fucking country. And that's just the God honest fucking truth. So people are.
Can y'all hear him? So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him just fine. I'm gonna push back against you a little bit, Adrian, because we're not recognizing that, like public schools, right? They're like, not generally, they are. So even you making the statement, okay, you know, children are more likely to be violated or sexually abused, whatever, you know, terms you want to use by their teacher than the government. That's kind of a contradicting statement because teachers they do work for the government.
Now, guess what? Those same teachers, guess where they're at right now on this Saturday?
There you go.
Where do you think those teachers are at on today? While we're on this, where do you think those teachers are at?
If they're blonde and white, if they're blonde and white,
King's protest.
if they're blonde and white, they're pretending that they're married.
Wait, they're at their No King's protest, right? And what do you think that's going to happen when they go back to school or go back to work Monday morning? They're going to tell your children, yeah, it's ice. Yeah, go and do a walkout. We encourage you to do a fucking.
Can I step in and say something?
Yes,
go
right ahead.
I homeschool my daughter. I have a laundry list of reasons why. But I also own a dance studio where a lot of my dance moms are teachers, and most likely they are grading papers on a Saturday on their time off and not getting paid for it.
That's why the teachers unions all, support protests, and they support the nonprofits that are like No King's protests.
Well, those dumb bitches can always go do OnlyFans or something like that.
Yeah, like I have dance moms that will they'll sit in the parking lot in their car and they're literally grading papers.
He said the dumb bitch.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said teachers aren't encouraging students to do walkouts. Bullshit. Are you willing to bet your house on that?
Yeah, they are.
Wait, you want to say something? Yeah, go right ahead, y'all.
I don't want to break the flow of the conversation. If someone else wants to speak on what they're talking about right now, I'll wait. But that did answer Bima's question because no one really addressed it.
I want to hear you answer Bima's question. That's actually a good point. No one really took that on. Go for it. I want to hear what you had to say.
No, she brought it up the other day in her room, and she kind of got chastised out, and I didn't get the opportunity to tell her, Bima, I'm going to speak in general terms as far as like what has happened and what can be done. I can't speak in specifics when you're talking about all the cities and areas you're talking about. I can't tell you that, but it will give you some hope that there is a program. It's called the Commander's Emergency Response Program. Every commander of the big unit will have it. And it's so that way when they are deployed somewhere forward, and let's say there's a humanitarian aid, there's a flood here, or volcano, or, typhoon or whatnot, you'll have aid there for money to buy supplies, but also programs. So the reason why I brought it up in the context of your question is because it was commonly used in Iraq, and they offered over $60 billion in U.S. grants, and it was spent on like rebuilding the infrastructure, water, sewers, schools, and then providing jobs to kind of like diminish support for the insurgents. Then they also can use it kind of like a cash box, and they will fund like local projects, which was popular because they kind of started a great partnership with local commanders and tribal leaders in Iraq. And then I can speak on in Al Anbar province in Iraq, they partnered with local tribes to start hundreds of projects and just kind of aiming to demonstrating the benefits of cooperating against extremist groups. Now, post haste, that program, the debrief from it years later was, unfortunately, were hampered by corruption. The tribal leaders will then just get power hungry, and there was a lack of proper documentation, accountability, extortion, and then sadly some of the money reportedly ended up in the insurgent group. So that's what the military has done in Iraq, which is kind of similar to what you're talking about. So there are funding for that, but it still is the cyclical, the debrief, the postscript of that project. It's not going to be 100%. Oh yes, money went to great people and whatnot. And even if there's an errant friendly fire within an area, then yes, money is handed out by that local commander to that family, to that tribe. So I hope that answers what can be done. I think how you said it, Bima, when you say the word reparations, all Americans kind of get triggered. And we think down one scope, and we don't see the bigger picture. But since I know what I know, it helps you. So that program is in place. I hope that helps.
Hey, I got a question for my guys, for my folks on Brad, Matt, and so on. And this is, don't chop my head off for this, but I'm genuinely asking. Do y'all think that the world in the Middle East is a better place now that Gaddafi and Saddam are gone?
Yes. As soon as the Ayatollahs and the IRGC is pretty much capitulated, yeah, I think it'll be a better place. At least for the next 50 years.
Yeah.
you have an answer to your own question? Like,
I'm questioning. I don't really think I know, man. I was watching some old footage of the Iraq war when it kicked off, and it was so much footage of like the streets of Baghdad. Bro, I'm watching like middle class men that look like men from here in America, you know, tucked in, you know, polo shirts, you know, flannel working men, dudes in business suits, families walking together. And I'm just looking around, I'm like, damn, like, we tore that motherfucker up in about a week, and then the fucking insurgents moved in from all over the fucking place. And it seemed like the war started. The war really started after we took down that statue.
So the thing we did, which if I could ask George W. one question, my one question to G-Dubs would be, why did you let Paul Bremer disband the Iraqi army? A lot of the insurgents in Fedayeen switched to Shia militias post the military and civil service being decimated by Paul Bremer, who essentially said, you shall not have the military, you shall not have civil officials, and he was the quote governor of Iraq in the Reconstruction. Brad, do you find your experience agreeing with that? Because
I think he fucked up a lot more. And again, it was that Newland approach of like that Bolton-esque approach that we tried to carry on from like, I want to say like Vietnam era. It's just a regurgitation. I never understood the rebuilding efforts of Iraq when they, you know, like Iran had insurgents in there. They were like targeting us. So like I didn't understand why we went into Iraq and then just didn't proceed to go into Iran. Like we should have did both, and we should have put Brenner like that with provisional government and the rebuilding and reconstruction of it. I agree with you. I think there was a lot that was missed, and I think Bush, being the kind of, I have these people, they're smarter, they say they're smarter than me, and he kind of knew he should have went with his gut, and I don't know, I really don't. It's so complicated, we can spend fucking hours.
Medically not doing that, please.
Bruce, give us some ideas.
No, we got the service here. Bush could be American. No, we got the service here. Bush could be American.
What is your number one thing you'd rather have us doing right now, besides Iran? Like, what do you
like? Think about America, like build us up. We're not serious.
The way you're wanting this for a day.
There's a lot of people that
got control over both chambers.
I mean, what do y'all think? Like, what are y'all really learning about Iran, Iraq to? I mean, we're not going to have a third war. It's not going to happen. Everybody's like, oh, it's a third war now. No, it's not. Nothing's going to happen. So are y'all just really want to just talk about it?
Can I ask a question? Hold on. Let Marshall answer.
Yeah, if you really let me get on this. You want us to do more things for America. What are the things Congress can do? We can do more for America in your mind that Congress is not focusing on. It doesn't have to be a perfect policy.
Everything, dude. Like, what do y'all think? Okay, let me ask y'all something. Do y'all think America is great? Is the great right now? Like, what do you think that?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so if I'm some things that
seriously.
If I were going to give you some things that Congress could do.
Mayor John Kitover has reached a last-minute.
Shipping, number one. Number two, get to know that DHS and ICE get their funding from Congress as per the way it's supposed to be done. What else would I prefer them to be doing? I would prefer visible rights prosecuted, right? So like I'm not asking you for perfect things, but like when you say we right? Like anything could be fitted into that. So what I'm asking is, when you say these things, when you're thinking,
Okay, you breaking up, dude. I can't hear you. You breaking up.
Should I go?
you posted the order.
Marshall, you're the Matrix, but Ocean's gonna fill in.
Yeah, let me go real quick.
Yeah, the two things that we need to be doing right now is secure elections and restoring gun rights to non-violent felons. Right.
So, Bruce, can I ask you a question? Your dear parents are with us still? You have your parents? Bruce?
Say that again?
Your parents are still with us? You have your parents?
No. My dad's not. My dad would be 100%. He's American. He 100%.
So, let me say
my
this.
mom.
In a family, when there's kids, right? Daddies go to work. They go to work and make money and, bring whatever necessary for the family. And, the mom is home taking care of the child and taking care of
provider.
So in this case, military is daddy, right? And police and all the companies are daddy. So is taking care of all the fucking illegal immigrant who's taking it. It's supposed to be yours.
Aren't you illegal?
No, you're not. No, I'm not. I'm U.S. citizen, buddy.
And the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah. Sir, do you want to answer his question? Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes. Even with all of our flaws, even with all of the mishaps that happen in the United States of America, it's still the greatest country on the planet.
Fact.
Amen.
No, it's not. Because the whole point is, no, it's not. The whole point is, y'all on here right now talking about Iran, Iraq. Y'all need to be talking about America.
You're drunk as a skunk. Like every fucking day.
Here we go. See, that's what I'm saying.
Well, when you tell me no, it's not, can you?
You ain't from here.
I literally broke it down for them.
Don't I sound like it?
No, I can tell you're not from here.
Well, where I'm from then?
No, dude.
Can you tell me what country? Okay, let's say if I am from Jamaica, then that would still prove my point because Jamaicans are still trying to come to the United States of America.
I know y'all are.
And why are they coming? They coming for better opportunities because opportunities don't exist in their country.
Y'all talking about Iran and Iraq, and it doesn't even fucking matter. Oh my God.
You can come here, you can fail. To succeed, all you gotta really do. All you gotta really is not give up. If you just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying.
Kiss my ass.
You just ain't got that stick to it, Gene. That's what that is. Contaminated. You not American.
Shut your drunk ass up, Bruce.
Your shit, you
Kiss my ass. That's it.
Where else would you like to be?
Con room, man. How y'all doing?
What is that?
Sound good, man. Shout out all the neo cons, man. I'm glad y'all been here. Why y'all bring ghetto people here?
Hey, you got another question we can ask?
Here, man. Dallas ghetto people coming here.
That's why nobody wants to live around you naggers. So guys, let's start.
Happy birthday, Rob. Your balloon there.
He said Naggers. That's crazy. Fuck Pepe, faggot ass.
Pepe's white cracker ass sitting up here being racist.
Don't nobody want to live around this gay ass either, man. Yeah, he gay as hell.
That's right. I take those chocolate cheeks.
Yeah, he's a fruitcake. He's fruitcake from hell. Pepe, fruitcake. He likes fruit. Anyway, man, y'all still supporting this war?
I don't never supported it.
Fruit, and Pepe, you've been proven to really not be a real MAGA person.
person.
Yeah, fun for
Like,
game.
what?
Hey, what?
You are a real
I was against anyone, but you know you was. You can ask anybody in here. Anyway, I was in here blaming
what is worse?
What is worse? Pepe is not neocons and saying how they shouldn't listen to the fucking Israelis.
Pepe is one of them Israeli shells, though. I give him that.
Shut up, Rob. Shut up, Rob.
He ain't that.
Stop acting like a fucking bitch, dude.
Man, hey, one rehab, Bruce.
Whatever, nigga. Whatever. Fucking Pepe is gay.
How about that?
Pepe is gay. Pepe is gay.
The biggest strongest
faggot on the app, and I like black. I know. Get
your liver together.
I'll get your fucking nigga. Get your motherfucking life together, right?
Let's get back to the conversation, yeah. Let's get back.
I'm coming for those Chiefs. Tired of this shit. Pepe, kill yourself.
Matt, you know what? I was
gay.
Hey, man, why don't you get rid of him, man?
Matt, to go back to what you guys were talking about with the subject, Marshall was talking about, after the fall of Hussein, what was interesting is that in Iraq, after the fall of Hussein, there were more terrorists that came in from outside of Iraq than in. So they were like the local Iraqi army we talked about the other day, took off their uniforms, gave up with their hands up, just walked toward the Marines like, okay, capture me. But then the issue was then when Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, he was the leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, then he started this whole violent campaign targeting Westerners of any effort. So then he was trying to provoke a sectarian warfare to kind of like get established an Islamic State. So that's when you saw Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all of them, they were targeting anything foreign civilians and military personnel within that area. So it got so bad in like 2005, 2006, the Marines were tasked with cutting off the terrorists coming in from Syria, so they had to do city sweeps along the border of Iraq and Syria. So it came like fall of Hussein, and then a kind of like kill all Westerners right after that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Muslim myself, but.
And you're drinking?
Wait, you take me Muslim? There you're getting your answer. She said, and you're drinking.
Matt, I tried to get you back on drinking.
But, with the Muslim brothers.
Muslim and rehab is crazy.
Nigga, kill yourself. But anyway,
hey, you filth away from it, man.
Very peaceful as a Muslim, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce, you might go drive, Bruce.
Muslims are really peaceful.
You know what? You should probably go to a Muslim country because they'll stop your drinking habit. They put your ass in rehab so fast.
I know.
You would get your Latins every fucking day for continuing to violate the drinking. That is bad. You're a sinful Muslim.
Yeah. Let's say you complain about how the country operating a Muslim.
You're right about that, right?
Why don't you go to a Muslim country and tell them how you feel about how they running shit?
And then come back and
they kill you.
Hey, but you could be a part of our current administration who low-key seem like they're trying to bring forth Armageddon.
Great people. Wait, what do you mean by that?
Muslims
Chill out, Bruce. Hold on.
No, seriously, Muslims are good people, dude.
Bruce, we're good, man. Just go on mute for a second.
Oh my God, Matt! You're the only green bean here. You can put me down. You gonna put me down?
Nicely.
Reason. Who gets Bruce, you're next time you open your mouth. I really don't like you, Rob. I don't like you at all.
Man, if me and Pepe are agreeing on something, it's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's right.
That's true. Well, Pepe, you know what?
It's right. Man, shut your drunk ass up. Take your bitch ass and go drink you some water, man. Call your mama and tell her she failed. Get the fuck off the stage, drunk fuck.
I
bitch ass
You know what? You know what? That fucking ass coat is cheap, nigga.
Hey, it don't matter how I fuck your bitch.
Yeah, see, you don't matter since you broke.
I would fuck your black bun. Not the black buns.
Not the black part.
Yeah, man, now let's get back and talking to the neoconservative.
Yeah, Rob. But lay
warmongers.
Hold on, Bruce. Chill out. Lay down the question, Rob. What do you want to know from us crazy people up here?
Y'all are not crazy, man. Y'all are American citizens.
Bruce. Okay, I gotta put him down. Hold on a second. Carry on.
Just seeing how y'all feel about this unnecessary occupation. I met a young lady at my job the other day. There's this, well, it might be over now, but there had been this really big energy convention in Houston. So I met a woman because I saw her binder and it kind of struck me and said, Segment Department of Energy. So I go ask her who she is. She actually works directly under the Secretary of Energy. He was out here speaking, I guess. So I asked her some questions. First, she gave me the bullshit. Oh, we're doing everything in our power for American citizens. We're doing everything in our power for you. I said, ma'am, no, you're not. Because if y'all were doing everything, we wouldn't be over there now. So I told her, look, I'm not no media member. I ain't nobody special. I'm just concerned about my energy prices coming into the summer in Houston. It's hot as fuck out here. Should we be bracing for higher energy prices? Can you give me that at the very least? And she gave me a look on her face where it looked like she was like, man, I want to bullshit you, boss, but I can't bullshit you. I don't know. And she gave me a look, swear to y'all, where she shrugged her shoulders and just like, man, you're saving your money. And kind of gave me a look like, man, I see you seeing through my bullshit. Well, yeah, no, so all I'm telling y'all, whether she's accurate or not, the fact is she does work for the Department of Energy. She works directly under the Secretary of Energy. These are the type of things that I'm concerned about. Now, me personally, I haven't been cleared to drive by my doctor, so I'm not driving right now. So I'm not necessarily as worried about gas prices as most of y'all, but that doesn't mean that gas prices probably isn't the most important thing. But energy prices as well, these type of things are going to be affected, y'all. This is another reason why this was a pointless war. You're asking these people to help you open up that strait that was literally open a month ago. We didn't need it. We didn't need it.
So I
think it's another pointless war. And if anybody wants to spin this as freeing our Iranian people, it's a lie. Those people are not going to be freed. I stress this. I ain't no expert in nothing. I'm just an American citizen that's been reading and paying attention to basic politics all my life. Man, the people have told us for years, countless administrations, whether it was neocons, fucking Democrats, they've told us this. The only way that you're getting regime change there is boots on the ground. So if they're not going to put boots on the ground, all of this, yeah, we'd have probably fucked up their Navy, but their Navy was already really worth of nothing anyway.
They were small anyway.
Rob, it's not their Navy that's the critical issue. It's their ballistic missile capabilities, which we've been
I mean, well, first it was the nuclear weapons. Now that's what I'm saying, Marshall. We know what this is.
It's one of the things
the ballistic missiles have been worried for 30 years.
Yeah.
And the Iranians have continued to do it. They did it under Obama.
What do we do?
Nothing under any of those.
What do we do?
Are you doing morale?
It's not a morale thing. It's a reality thing. It's a reality thing. This is a pointless war. And if y'all are telling me how this is going to make Americans safer, tell me how it's making us safer.
Marshall, let me just ask you one quick question, and you can follow up real quick. Do you, Rob, do you think if nuclear-armed Iran, what would the gas prices be like at that point? I'm just kind of curious. You ever thought about that? Like,
man, we don't know, because let me tell you what we have never seen. We haven't seen a nuclear-armed Iran. What we do know is the only country in the world, in the history of the world, to use a nuclear weapon is us. Now, we do know it happened, quite a bit ago, but the fact remains, we we are the country that's actually used it.
I get it.
Yes, Israel, the people that our leaders, Marco Rubio, even Trump himself said it. This is a war about Israel and what they were going to do. Israel has a stockpile of nuclear weapons.
You are throwing off U.S. security concerns.
Yeah, let Marshall reply.
You are throwing off U.S. security concerns willy-nilly, and you are dismissing them because you don't like them.
No, I'm not throwing off U.S. security concerns.
I asked you to grapple with their ballistic missile capability, and you dismissed it.
Because now it's about ballistic missiles, and that's not the truth. Marshall, come on, let's stop lying, Marshall. It's always been about Iran is 2 weeks away. It has always been about their nuclear capability. Stop lying.
They have killed 2,003 American servicemen since the Iranian Revolution. They've killed double that in number of civilians over the last 40 years. Yes, it is absolutely about the ballistic missile program. When the JCPOA was discussed by Obama, one of the big fucking bitches of this was the ballistic missile capability. And you are not grappling with it because it doesn't fit your narrative.
How is this making us safer?
Just listen. I'm not
Stop, Marshall. This is bullshit.
Rob,
you know it's bullshit.
Let him finish. No. I'm not saying you have to agree with the war. What I am saying is you need to have an answer other than, well, it's about ballistic missiles now. No, you need to have the answer that
Hey, watch how your faggot ass mocked me first off. I ain't never disrespected you, Marshall. In all of the years of talking, so I ain't gonna start getting
You white PC face. No, I don't need help. That's not the point. My point was you dismissed it out of hand.
Hey,
Doesn't fit your worldview.
Do you want me to? So this is what we'll say. This is what we'll say. If this is about ballistic missiles, now, which is what you're telling me, show me the facts. That our people are saying that this is about ballistic missiles.
For over 35 years, which means it's been integral to
It's not your fucking business, man. Marshall, it's not your fucking business if we do ballistic missiles or not.
Shut up, Mo. Who the fuck are you?
My business.
You do. Shut the fuck up. It's not you. You do. Go fuck yourself.
Just let Marshall land.
And if he doesn't want to take account for that because he is so opposed to the war that he can't consider a security concern.
No, Marshall, because you were trying to spin this and you're lying.
No,
if you're trying to spin this as about ballistic missiles, I'm not listening to you with it. I'm listening to the people who are in charge. The people who are in charge, yes, they have mentioned some ballistic missile capabilities, but that's at the very bottom of what they've been talking about. They've talked about nuclear. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Just disagree.
Come on.
It's not going anywhere.
Rob, what you think about what
You didn't want to
You know what I picture when you speak?
I think Sword wanted to get in, and then Ben, did you want to take a stab at this or not? I heard you get off the mic. Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I can after who you.
Okay, Sword, I think you wanted to say
Ben, you can go because I already spoke. Go ahead. I go after Ben.
No, like honestly, Marshall and I have our differing opinions, but this is a disingenuous argument from you, Rob. Dude, like it just is. Like,
ain't nothing disingenuous about me listening to an administration tell us that we're going to war because of Israel.
He's giving his reasons.
Hey, Ben, I don't give a fuck about Mike discipline on the free out. Fuck you, and I'll mute up out of respect for my boy Matt.
Come on. Okay. Go ahead, Ben. Just give your points.
No, it's cool. It's just like, look, like this, of all the things the Trump administration has been transparent about, I feel like this war has been one of the most. This whole idea that there's a bunch of fucking neocons outside of maybe South Carolina with, I think it's South Carolina, with, what's his name? Like, give me a break. Like, why am I blanking on
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham, thank you. Like, outside of Lindsey Graham, it's just, the United States does not have an appetite for long war. Trump knows that. And also, all of these people, and it's not just you, Rob, it's all of the No Kings bullshit protests that are going on. They're all going to say the same thing. Oh, we care about high energy prices. Really, we had rampant, out of control inflation. for 4 years under Joe Biden, and nobody gave a shit about it. It was all of a sudden, it's not the president's fault. We have crazy inflation and high energy costs. Oh my gosh, it's not the president's fault. Oh, it's the war in Russia. It's because of the war in Russia. Like it was all of these myriad excuses. Suddenly the gas went up under Trump. Yeah, guess what? Gas prices went up under Trump. It sucks. I just bought a tank of gas the other day. It sucked. I live here in Maine. I don't live in California, anything like that. It sucks. We all weren't bitching about this 4 years ago. Or at least I wasn't hearing it. I wasn't hearing this being a central focus. And as far as the war in Iran goes, let's give it a second. Like let's see how this whole thing plays out. This idea that there's 35 to 50,000 protesters that get shot in the streets. Like you want to say this is not the same as Iraq. This is not the same as Afghanistan. And hey, maybe I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to come on this app and be like, you know what, I was wrong. Yeah. But like, let's give it more than freaking 4 or 5 weeks for this thing to actually see where this goes. Because Trump is a pragmatist at his absolute core. The man is a pragmatist. If something doesn't work, he changes course. I mean, Democrats literally have a slogan for it. It's called "Trump always chickens out." To me, that's Trump changing course. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. In this case, let's see how it plays out before we just jump all over this and go, "Oh, it wasn't about this. It wasn't about that." Take the man at his word for fucking seconds.
You want me to take Donald Trump at his word?
It's not just that. It's Democrats discover limited government whenever they're in the minority. When minority, they're happy to force things down people's throat. Joe Biden bought the Houthis without giving Congress a 48-hour heads up. And now that Trump did the same thing on Iran, oh no, we need to curtail executive authority. I'll tell you a story, Rob. My old brother sits in a place where he needs authority. And he proposes curbing executive authority all the time. But the people in the structure say, no. We don't want to curb executive authority. Because it means when your guy is out and our guy's in, he has less power. Right? So they can't even get common sense paring down executive power through because they're not interested, because when their guy has the power, it's fine. When our guy has the power, all of a sudden, small government, we're going to do this stuff. Now, the response to this...
All right, quick question, Marshall.
Yeah, okay, I'll answer.
Quick question. Was that strait damaged or was it closed to American ships during the Biden administration?
Damaged, yes. Closed, no.
All right, let's ask this. We from the same state, aren't we?
Yeah, we're both Texans.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the idea of $8 a gallon here? They even float that number in Texas. Kind of sounds insane, right? So whereas I do understand that things, and it's not. And let me be clear. I don't think we're gonna get to $8 a gallon in Texas. You're breaking up, Marshall.
Marshall's the Matrix.
I'm just gonna put him on mute so we can.
But yeah, this idea that my argument is disingenuous, well, that would probably mean because you hadn't talked to me. That's number one. I mean, it's been very consistent. Whether you agree with it or not is another story. Anybody that's been speaking to me in this space or part of these spaces know that my message has been the same shit since I've been on this app. I've told y'all that I have a real concern about this man and his views or his lack of respect towards our Constitution. I think the idea of somebody even suggesting a third term is probably the most unconstitutional thing that an American politician has ever uttered. I honestly believe that. But outside of that, as we're talking about what's happening now, if you want to spin this as let's wait and see, man, I can't give those people the benefit of. I can't. When I see Pete Hegseth in the Pentagon praying to the same Jesus that I claim to worship, and the stuff he's saying, I don't believe that represents the tenets of Christ. Not the word I read. So when I see this stuff and I see what's actually happening around the world, how people are actually being impacted by people who what did you call them? Being what do they say? Trump always chickens out. Man, we don't have time to play like that. We don't have to play with somebody who on a whim can end up causing the fucking end of the world because we have that type of access. No, I don't think that he's just gonna drop a nuke. But I'm just saying the fact that he has that type of power and we're dealing with a personality like that, you fucking kidding me? You want me to give that the benefit of the doubt? Man, y'all gotta stop. I get it. This to me, this ain't about what Biden did. It's irrelevant. Biden lost. It's 2026. We're going into year 2 of his term. Now, if you want to talk about the effects of Biden's administration on the current and maybe economy, maybe that's a fair conversation. But in a conversation about an actual, what do you call it, a war, or his words, skating around the war for another motherfucking country, and now we got somebody spitting to me about ballistic missiles capability. Man, y'all gotta stop this. This is sickening.
Let me ask you something, Ron.
That's been a part of the conversation at a strategic level in government for decades. It may not be the nuclear threat, but it's still the second most important threat they considered outside of the proxies. Hamas, Hezbollah, Qatar,
I would listen to you more, Marshall, if you explained this as the proxy wars, because that's legitimate concern. And I'm not saying that ballistic missiles aren't an issue from Iran, but we're not gonna spin this like that's been one of the major talking points. It hasn't. Proxy wars has nuclear weapons, capability, nuclear enrichment programs. Yes, those have been.
No, I see why we're disagreeing. You're talking about the way the administration has justified it. I'm talking about the policy that's been there long term. You're right, the way the administration has justified this was not about ballistic missiles, it was a secondary insistence. You are right about that.
Let me ask you something. Rob. So, just it sounds to me like the Trump administration has a messaging problem, and that is something that you and I think we can have common ground on. So, whether it be with immigration policy, whether it be like with the Trump administration, and we have 4 years of it previously, the Trump administration has always had an issue with signaling. What I look at with the Trump administration typically is what they end up doing. What are the actual actions that come out of it? Because I agree with you. Like, I think a lot of the ICE stuff was poorly rolled out. Like, I think the huge percentage of Americans, and most and certainly the people that voted for Trump, were in huge favor of getting rid of this stuff. But yeah, guess what? Some of it's media, due to the media, sure. But the Trump administration, you saw this with Minnesota with the ICE, the stuff going on, and then Trump had Tom Homan go in there and kind of clear stuff out, right? Like, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think Pete Hegseth is a horrible orator. Like, I just think he's horrible. Like, I don't think that I think he comes off as condescending, cocky, and a pain in the ass for somebody who's in the role that he's in. I just don't think it's a good look. So, and I'll say this with Trump. Like, if you listen to what he says all the time, I agree with you. The guy messages it looks crazy with, like you said, with a third term, all this kind of stuff. I agree with you, but wholeheartedly. But if you actually look at the actions of this administration, and you look at the same members of this administration, the leaders of the world in this administration, the mission is actually very, very consistent. And again, let's go back to, it's not like we didn't have 4 years of this previously. Like, let's look at the 4 years of this previously and see how it went. Like, it wasn't perfect. Obviously, COVID happened. But I voted for Trump. I held my nose and voted for Trump this last time around because of his foreign policy. And so far, like I said, it's too early to tell on the Iran thing. But we'll see what happens.
But running a third term was a joke to trigger the Democrats, which he clearly has done it to Rob.
Correct.
It's a joke. Are you guys kidding me right now? You really think he's going to do that?
So here's the thing. Obviously, you kind of slow.
Who? Me?
You. I said the mere suggestion of it.
Right, but I mean,
I don't know how long you've been paying attention to this, but me, somebody that's 41, I've been pretty much paying attention since I was about 7 years old. So let's give me about a little over 30 years of following American politics. Let me tell you one thing that doesn't get uttered or joked about. whether it was the Bush administration. I've listened to Ronald Reagan, and they love this man. This man basically won every state, I think, in 1984. You feel me? Like, that would show that everybody loved this man. And these people didn't utter a third term, joke about it. They didn't play about it. So do I think that he's going to get one? Do I think that it's people that are working, trying to make it happen? Yes. I listen to the Steve Bannons of the world. I don't have a choice but to listen when they say that type of stuff. These are the people that supposedly have advised them, and it's close confidants. So what am I supposed to feel when I hear him just the other day say that on January 21st, 2029, Trump is going to be president?
I wanted you to, but I also hadn't heard of any other president saying grab him by the pussy either. I mean, hello?
No, I don't agree with that, but there are other presidents who joked about a third term, notably Eisenhower and Barack Obama. Each of them. Sure. When did
Barack joke about it? Nah, look, I'm not saying you're right.
Didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden both run on the possibility of stacking the Supreme Court? And look, I understand that there is some constitutionality at adding 2 states. It's not like Trump came along and like, oh my gosh, Trump is the first person to ever up his political order. I mean, like Barack Obama.
That's a weak argument. Trump's out of
Barack Obama and the Dreamers. Like, come on, like it's like again. I agree.
What the Dreamers did, the Dreamers, they went, whether I agree with all that or not, that's another convo. You feel me?
You think that Barack Obama's
they went before, they lobbied. We know what lobbyists are. We all familiar with Israel. So we know what lobbyists are. So they lobbied for something. They got support from both parties. Both came together. That's a foreign concept now in American politics.
So was that what bill was that, or was that an executive order?
The Dreamers Act?
Yeah.
As far as I was understanding, DACA wasn't it codified? Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if it was an executive, it was codified.
DACA was never.
Hey, other than gas prices.
So it wasn't codified?
Other than gas prices, what has changed over the last 3 years?
It has not been codified.
Yeah.
So why are we still talking about it then?
No, I'm saying. I'm not the impression. So you're saying that. So okay, just to be clear, so DACA was Barack Obama's signature piece of what wasn't really legislation, was it? Because it was executive order. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
No, DACA was
it's codified in federal by Biden in 2022.
It was passed.
My point is, there's plenty of presidents previous to Donald Trump who have upset the order of things. If you're gonna say, oh, Donald Trump, it's clearly freaking, come on, man, like this guy's playing the media like a fiddle, like he did during his the lead up to his first term. And again, I go back to Kamala Harris and I go back to Joe Biden, who during the lead up to the election, the election that they won, we're skating around adding Supreme Court justices. We're skating around adding two.
They had 4 years to do it.
Would you say media's gotten better or worse?
Yeah, but that's
the media's got more confused with them. Let's say it this way.
I think the media landscape in general
is designed to troll the left to make them lose their head today and then fucking calm down tomorrow and lose their head again today. Like he's the best fucking troll. And the left are falling for it, and I love watching it.
But what do we need a troll for in a president? Because no deals are being made, though.
No deals.
What laws have actually, like, I'm just saying, as a concerned American citizen, can something, Marshall, I'm going to defer to you on this because you're usually really good on this. What legislation has been passed amongst us? And let's take this off simply Trump. Let's just say our current our current version of our government, the House, the Senate, right, left, all that. What is being passed for the American people?
You have right now 15% across every nation right now taxes he implemented, which is helping the nation.
Asking about what Congress has done.
Oh,
from my
what is he signed into law?
Yeah, so from my understanding, a bunch of different bills dealing with press, a bunch of different bills dealing with small business, You're asking what the Congress majorly passed, the big beautiful bill as it was termed, or the big bad bill if you would prefer. We got the SAVE Act passed. So if you're asking like if his legislative agenda, like what's gotten passed, he's been fairly stymied. But what Congress has passed, my congresswoman just got another law passed into law, and it dealt with the 1940 water treaty dealing with Mexico. So that like benefits Texas farmers in that way. And then a whole bunch of just minor legislation. I made this problem. I made this criticism one time to my little brother. The Congress just doesn't do anything.
Hey Rob, just really quick, are you asking about Donald Trump's legislative accomplishments, like him personally? Is that what you're asking about?
I'm saying, I said in this, I was looking at our current government, our system that we've been operating under the last, now going into 2 years.
Okay.
What is came out of the House and then went before Donald Trump's desk to sign into law.
I was gonna name the executive orders, so Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong.
Executive orders, to be fair, every president has executive orders.
Sure. So, but
that doesn't mean.
I'm sorry, for the accomplishments of this administration, Marshall, please correct me if I'm wrong on this. Joe Biden rolled back Remain in Mexico, and Trump just put that in place again for a second time. Is that correct?
I think so, but it's going to get struck down in court because the Supreme Court allowed it to be upheld because there was an emergency. He can't just claim emergency and do that. So I looked this up just to like get a preface for the kind of things that are passed. And this comes from ChatGPT because it's quicker than a Google.
Man, I'm looking it up too, Marshall. I got 5 things. 5 points.
So I got Congressional Time Capsule Act, Federal Land Conveyance in Arizona, Do Not Pay System Improvement Act, Bankruptcy and Judges Trustee Compensation Act, Fiscal Year 26 Appropriations, which is, I passed them all. In 2025, when the Congress is still in session, National Defense Authorization Act, beautiful bill as we referenced, opioid treatment and prevention reauthorization.
I'm going to tell you this, though. The real reason I asked that, man, and I'm telling you all this, like, we all know that politics are an ugly thing.
Super ugly. Why nobody wants to see it?
You know what I'm saying? We know that. What we can say is that we watch politicians routinely work across the aisle. And I'm saying that we did.
No.
We saw them bicker. We saw them bicker.
Yeah. You saw them bicker, but you saw them work together. But they still largely work together. Like
this era of politics, who you blame it on, that's whatever. But this era of politics, man, I think Trump missed the mark on a few things that he could have worked across the aisle and actually got those people to work with him. As I really went and did my research on like what NAFTA was, some of our trade agreements, I actually had changed my position that I don't think that he was off the mark in his trade assessment, that we had a bunch of unfair deals. Now I do think, reading just what I'm learning, I do think his tariff policy is pointless. But his idea behind it, no, it's not pointless. And there are plenty of people across the aisle that would have worked with him. Bernie Sanders, a bunch of Democrats have issues with our trade. That he could have used a few things to work across the aisle and actually be the president of the United States and not just the leader of MAGA. And those are 2 different things.
I got a quick question for you. In your research, did you come across who shot what down? Sometimes you look at the Federal Register for that, but like what I mean by that is like
I've seen a few things that Democrats have shot down that possibly could have worked. I'm not gonna sit there and make it seem like this is all.
Yeah, but you've also seen Republicans exercise the same behavior.
Yeah, so it's like my thing is more so, hey, y'all job is to serve the Constitution and to represent the people that elected you. Your job is not to serve what Donald Trump wants to do. Now, you could be in agreement with his agenda and you want to see his agenda passed, I don't have no problem with that, whether I agree with it or not. I do have a problem with what seems like a lot of our elected officials, especially in our state, Marshall, specifically, we're the ones that voted to changing our congressional districts into like, when does that happen?
I mean, I don't think it ever happened in Texas before.
That's my point. We yielded simply because of Trump. There's a reason, like Indiana, those people in their state house was showing all that love on.
Does anybody aware that they actually have a voice at this point? If you look around the rest of the world,
can't hear
all the legislative process, does anybody politician that you actually have the chance to vote for a democratically elected official? Do we ever take that into consideration before we decide, how the world should be? Because everybody wants to see the world the way they want to see it, right? Do we even take into account that we have the ability ever? Or are we just complaining about the things?
It's not lost on me that the 1964 Voter Right Act still has to get like basically reinstated as of this year, last year. That's not lost on me. So in a nation amongst Americans, unfortunately for Americans, we don't have the worldview that everybody else has because we're Americans. And in America, whether the history has been fair or right, what we do know is that we have the right to vote. We have the right to speak about this stuff. I don't see what bringing that into the conversation. Yeah, we know it's people around the world that don't have these rights. What the fuck that got to do with me right now? We talking about this.
You fill out a axiom by Alexis de Tocqueville, who was a French proto-socialist, wrote a book called On Democracy, and it's his writings of traveling America and thinking about democracy as it was young in the Enlightenment era. One of the things he says, America is the only country he knows of where we vote for somebody and then get into a room and dissent about that same person for 4 more years. Right? So your government is typically American the same way agreeing with the government is American. Right? You're not exercising any American sentiment by criticizing somebody. In fact, I would say we have throughout our history a long tradition of each side criticizing the other no matter what they're criticizing over. And I think that's de Tocqueville's point, that all of this is constantly in flux for us. While we do pass laws that do keep things relatively uniform, our politics are always in flux, as they probably should be. Politics is meant, at least in my experience, campaign politics is meant to be in flux. And so I think politics is going to be in flux, but I wouldn't say that you've done it wrong. I think you would still appreciate, that other people don't have the right to vote while criticizing your own government.
No, I'm not discounting what you said at all. I'd like to look to another part of the world where things are being done better, honestly, where you want to live and felt like your voice was heard. Love to hear about that.
What are we supposed to say about that, though, Albert? We're Americans, and now whereas I think American exceptionalism has kind of hurt us, but we're Americans. Unfortunately, we don't have it right now.
What does that mean to you? You're an American. What does that mean?
That means that I was born in America. My family personally is descendants of slaves in America. We're American. That means that the things that I'm concerned about start with America. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have a conversation about what's happening around the globe. But I wouldn't expect a person from any other country to not have that country's best interest or interest in general as what they're going to talk about. I don't live anywhere else. Never have.
Have you ever spoken to anyone?
What is your criticism of Donald Trump? What didn't he do that you wish he had done? You wanted him to engage more with allies?
Hey, man, Infinity, that's not what we're doing right now.
That's what I'm asking.
We're not even talking about it.
From another part of the world.
Well, I heard you talking about it. You said you wish that he had gotten more people involved.
Well, that was another conversation, man, Infinity. So give it a second. Albert, to answer your question, hey man, one thing we not gonna do is play stupid. All right?
Okay.
We're not gonna play stupid.
Right. What does that mean?
So we don't have to assume that I've never spoken to somebody from outside of America.
They speak to people from a communist China.
I'll give you a rundown real quick, just so you can understand about it.
Really?
I'm from a community called A-Leaf in Southwest Houston. It's actually the most diverse district in the state of Texas. I went to an elementary school that had flags represented. I got friends from all over the fucking world, regardless of traveling or not.
That would be yes.
That's what I'm saying. So don't ask, like, there's no point in a conversation that we've had about geopolitics, local politics, to assume that I hadn't spoken to somebody that's from outside of America.
Why do you have a white man accent?
I never said that.
Why does it matter what his accent is? Come on, Matt.
Who got a white man accent?
They said you around?
Eat my motherfucking dick.
What's wrong with the white man's accent? I'm not sure about. I heard that later.
Yeah, rewind that. That's interesting.
Look, I ain't white, right? It's that simple.
Yeah, you
have a cowboy accent.
As a black man, I'm from Texas. You know who the real Cowboys is? You know who the real Cowboys is? That's what you shut your dumb ass up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Mexicans. It's the Mexicans.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Not you.
Ass up.
It's the Mexicans who are the real cowboys. And then the white people, black men have never been cowboys. That's a historical fact. That's a historical fact, bro.
Anybody on motherfucking stage with this dude.
What's a historical
It's a
fact?
historical fact, bro.
What is happening?
No, what's a historical fact is that
That should remove him from the stage.
ranching culture in South Texas, in large South Texas, was encouraged by the original Mexican vaqueros from Spanish South.
Exactly.
But the cowboy tradition in West and East Texas is black.
Marshall, you want to know where I'm born, Marshall? You're born in the fucking in Marshall.
What part, bro? What part, bro?
In Texarkana, Texas.
No way. You're born in Texarkana?
Nah, I've been in Houston all my life, but I'm born in Whiteley Hospital in Texarkana, Texas. You feel me? I'm from a family of cowboys and farmers. You feel me? Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't even. Why am I even addressing that shit?
Did you ride a horse, Rob?
Yes.
Oh, I can ride a horse. That's a perfect man, Blair. What's up, baby?
But then you're not an original cowboy. You have become a cowboy. You're a cowboy of
Man,
life.
you ain't an original American, man.
I'm not even American, no. No, I'm African.
What the fuck you doing on
I'm
this
African.
stage then?
I'm Somalian.
Oh, man, you the worst of the Africans, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, put them down.
Why am I the worst of the Africans? Why am I the worst of the Africans?
Let's focus a little bit. Rob,
I can just see it from a clear perspective since I'm not American.
M7, just chill out, man. It's all good. You'll be able to talk in a minute. Rob, do you feel that Trump is a king or a dictator? Let's just stick with
No, he's not a king. No, he's not a dictator. What
He's
he
just a
is,
normal president.
he does have fascist-like moments, but he's not a dictator nor a king. Unfortunately, his rhetoric is dangerous, in my opinion. But no, he's not a dictator or a king.
Right.
So anybody asking me, you ain't gonna see me at no king's protest, man. I got bigger fish to fry.
All right. That's the spirit right there.
I got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
And y'all know it's fuck Trump with me.
Anybody else think that Trump is a king or a dictator who wants to speak or no? Or you can tell us why he's not if you want to.
He's the man. He was an elected president.
Anthony, the beauty of this is literally America's institutions are containing a quote unquote dictator right now, if that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. How is it that the king listens to the court? Why does the king listen to the Supreme Court? Like, make it make sense. It's so odd, bro.
The king listen to Congress.
Trump is a puppet of Israel. They're just pulling the strings and putting him as a puppet.
Fucking not. It's an ignorant point of view that doesn't take into account how American elections are funded.
Nice, 100%.
It's not about the lawsuits. It's about how
That's not what I said.
It's about how the cabal works.
Y'all think it way, which you were unaware of, and so of course you're going to make the ignorant statement that Israel funds our elections like that.
It's not Israel who funds it. It's the Jews. They're doing it through other institutions.
Like, come on, man.
Institutions in America itself.
Do the right thing.
It's not from Israel only.
Not the Jews.
This is an American conversation.
Yeah, do the right thing, man.
Yeah.
You need to do a bigger deep dive on how candidates get funded. I've got a suggestion for you. It's called the Federal Election Commission. You can type it into Google and you can read different candidate campaign finance reports, which is literally in this country how the elections. Which is why your ignorant, no American, no nothing makes no sense.
Where do these funds come from, if I may ask?
Can I say something about that?
Where do these funds come from? It used to be called the Know Nothing
That's why I
Party.
talk, man. Come on, this man admitted to being Somalian, man. Hear the shit on the continent of Africa.
I'm here
But
for the
these-
fuckery.
These
Rob, you're a racist. You're a racist,
I am kind of racist, man. I don't give a fuck about it, man.
Well, and I hate black Americans. I hate black
beat your
Americans.
bitch ass.
Because you guys, 3 centuries you've been in America, and you have made zero progress. You guys have made zero progress in the country. You guys have made zero progress. How long y'all been in America? And look at the what
You're putting me in a very
all the technological advances. How long the white people and the Jews and the rich ass people. Hey, let me tell you this. Never made any
Get this
not even
carry on a conversation with Black of, I know, right? Is this Black of?
Yeah, I had to move that guy down. He was just.
That's what I'm saying, man. Anybody that says they
so interesting, man.
Yeah.
You're Rob. The solution is not to silence this dude. The solution is to contradict what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? That's the solution. To shut him down with facts, Rob. It's not simple enough to just kick him off the stage.
You my dog now, Anthony. As many times, as many times as you done kicked me out of that one room, we ain't finna do that. We not finna do that, yo, dog.
Oh shit, he's been
Rob,
calling you out.
I admit it. I couldn't kick you out your tongue, but we was at war and it wasn't productive. But what I'm saying is,
ain't been productive since he came in here, yo, dog.
Alright, listen, Rob, when you got a point, I can't lie. You got a point. But here's what's up, man. My humble opinion is right now, the more elevated, I was ignorant back then. I was unenlightened. I was a part of the unwashed masses. I'm enlightened now. I think the way to handle this dude would be to contradict what he's saying with the facts. I don't want to just silence the dude. If we can have a back and forth, or you can have a back and forth with him and say, well, the reason why I disagree is X, Y, Z, and shut him down.
Man, I ain't talking to no
Black Americans, man. I ain't talking to no.
I ain't talking to no broke ass Somalian. So I'm talking to white Americans. I'm talking to white Americans. We talking about American ass shit. If you a Somali American, I fuck with you. If you a Somali that ain't on that weird shit, I fuck with you. But the Somalis that be on this app representing y'all land be on some real life weird shit, and everybody in the world knows it.
And that's cool, bro.
Weird shit.
Black Americans on some weird shit as well, you know.
Hey, and there's a lot of weird ass niggas on this app.
Everybody needs to be in that word.
You're not lying. It's some weird ass. For the sake of the room, I'm gonna say it like you said it. It's a lot of black Americans that's weird on this app. I'll agree. But the Somalis are known to be trolls. That's just what it is.
let's be productive. Let's have a good ass conversation.
Okay, so let's be productive. I looked up the Somali congresswoman in America, and I went to Federal Elections Commission, and then I went down the list, looked for financial summary, found itemized individual contributions at $1,052,715.82. I click on that. They give me a results study group page. Ask Blue, Ilhan Omar for Congress. Ask Blue, Ilhan Omar for Congress. You can click on each of these and they will tell you.
Oh no, not Blue.
Well, the point was to access that. Zalik Mulugeta, Ilhan for Congress, donated $500.
That's not an American name, is it?
Probably not, but he can still donate. Act Blue has donated a lot to her campaign. We'll see what else. Stuart Howard donated $10. Salif Suleiman donated $30. Sorry, I'm trying to make a point. If you just let me get this out. None of these say Israel. None of these say Jews.
That's what he said.
So,
right, sorry.
I would like us to have a more enlightened financial disbursement conversation, since we can go to the Federal Election Commission and read different members of Congress's campaign expenditures.
Thank you, Marshall. Matt.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people in this room are trying to claim, at least in the chat, that Donald Trump was a dictator or a king, and I wanted to do something here I've never done before. I want to actually agree with those people.
What have they done?
Yeah. I want to agree with them because it was Donald Trump who said that, if you don't take the vaccine, you lose your job. It was Donald Trump who basically said if you don't take health care, you have to pay a fee. And I think we should all agree, anyone who says something like that, that's what a dictator does. A dictator says, if you don't do this, here's your consequence, and you have to do it, and takes away your right for doing it, and to basically live free. So the fact that he did those things makes him a dictator, and I'm just disgusted by it.
And I just like to
piggyback Is there any date on when that statement was made? In other words, I'm wondering if it's early COVID or it's later COVID or just in general.
It wasn't Donald Trump. It was Biden. That was the whole point. Oh, and then wait.
Trump is the best president the U.S. has ever had.
Did Donald Trump? I think he said, Kamala, we're not going to have a primary, so you get to run for president, right?
That's the fact that Trump did it. Look, in 2022, when Donald Trump was president, or end of 2021, he made this whole claim about people losing their jobs. He forced people who work in the federal government to get a vaccine, otherwise they get fired. And that's disgusting because that takes away your rights. I mean, you shouldn't be forced to do something, but the fact that he did that, it makes him a dictator and a king. And the people who are protesting about it are right to say that, because anyone who would do something like that is definitely taking away your rights. And then if you also look at it with the healthcare thing, right? I mean, I have to take a shitty healthcare, otherwise I gotta pay a fee or a fine if I don't do that. Like these are just disgusting things, and Matt, we should call a spade a spade.
I agree.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So, if the federal government puts into effect a rule that if you don't do X, Y, or Z, you will lose your job. That is not forcing someone to do something.
That's not a law.
Okay, bro. I didn't say anything about a law. All right? So workplaces have rules, and they can enforce those rules. It's just that simple. Your workplace could say, certain social media posts will get you fired. That doesn't mean they forced you to do anything. They just have a standard that they want you to adhere to.
Anthony, but what about forced on private institutions? I can understand the justification slightly. You could maybe possibly make the argument for publicly funded institutions because they're funded by the government. But for private institutions, if a president is saying, hey, look, you as a private institution must force your customers, clients, whatever, to take the jab. I mean, I don't see it any different as forcing individuals directly to take the jab.
I just want to read this from ChatGPT just to correct this guy. So his administration issued several large-scale vaccine mandates. What the fuck is a mandate? Dictators do that. Oh, anyway, for sectors such as federal workers, large employers, and healthcare staff, which were met with significant legal challenges. Well, according to you, there should be no legal challenges because obviously it's a private sector. They're allowed to do what they want to do, which is a stupid idea. The administration ended these. Hold on, the administration ended these policies in 2023. So you gaslit just now that it was private sector, private companies when it actually was federal.
Point after point. We're gonna have a conversation.
Right. So I'm not done speaking. I like you speak.
I never said.
You did. You said.
You made an assertion.
Everyone heard you say.
As succinctly as possible. Tell me what I said that you disagree with.
Yeah, you cut me off
As
3 times,
succinctly
so
as
I'll tell
possible.
you.
Don't read ChatGPT.
So I'll tell you. Can you shut up, bro? Can you shut up? I was talking, and then you cut me off.
I was talking, and
He was commenting on the part where you said it's not a law.
I was the one who was speaking.
You're sitting here
And then you
now you shut the fuck up. Alright? You want me to I can match your energy. I'm like that. I can match your energy. You ain't working. Fuck you.
Everybody chill. I don't know what's going on. Who's that? All right, y'all. We gave a civilized discussion on this.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, it's that M. Okay, that was weird. I didn't know where they came from. My bad on that one. I got the M's mixed up there. Let's let King now just finish up with what he's saying, and then Anthony, you can rebut it if you so choose.
I vote for Anthony.
But you have to clarify, King now. Be real distinct in what you said, so he understands exactly if you don't mind.
Okay.
And don't make it long either.
Yeah. So the claim that I made is that when you mandate, the federal government mandates someone, which is what my claim was at the beginning that was responded to, is that the President of the United States mandating people to take a vaccine. And there's an outcome to it. You can be fired, you can lose your job. The response I received was, private sector companies can mandate, can say what they want to do. That's not taking away your rights. But actually, if you read everything that was done, it was mandates for specific sectors that he put in, and they followed suit on it. And he also said that institute would lose funding, would lose tax breaks and other things that they have. I mean, you could read it. It's in his executives. Okay. So that was what I was pointing out, saying that that's signs of a dictator. And I'm against those kinds of things, and I hope you are too. That's it.
Anthony, go ahead. My response to that is that you didn't originally use the word man. The word mandate changes nothing. It really literally changes nothing. All right? Citizen corporations can reject the government funding. They can understand that they're going to lose their job. I'm a registered nurse. There were plenty of registered nurses that were mandated by our employers to the jab, and they refused. They made a choice. They made a decision for their lives. That's not a king or a dictator. All right? You forcing someone, holding and giving them something they don't want, that's a king or a dictator. People, if they don't do something, that's a dictator. You're talking shit. What you're saying does not make sense. People have choices. You have a choice.
So the federal government, when you're federal government, and you say, if you don't do this, you're fired.
Yes, that's a choice. Like what's Like, I don't understand all of these
Brother, you making this shit up, brother.
I really don't exact.
You're changing the contract. You're changing the mid-term. Perfect example, the military. When the military member signs on the dotted line, swears in, they have a list of vaccines that they have to take, and they make sure that know way ahead of time so you can claim your religious exemptions or blah, 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 blah. You signed it, they did it, but then their contract, if you say it now, you have to. That goes against the contract and terms that you already signed and approved them, and with a dedicated time for your difference. That's the
beautiful.
You can't do it. You can't do it in the next.
Yeah, so KK, beautiful. Thank you for saying that. But KK, within that contract, they have unforeseen circumstances, emergent circumstances. Within that contract, there is language for that. There is leeway for that. It's just that simple. To pretend like it's only one way would not be true. Again, if you are held down and forced to do something against your will, that is what a monarchy looks like.
Anthony, I agree with you, actually. I want to ask you this question. Do you believe in our United States Supreme Court?
Yes, I believe in the Supreme Court.
Okay, because the Supreme Court actually ruled that the Biden mandate was unconstitutional and violated rights of people. So I guess unless you know more than them, you can actually read it. You can Google it and read it. So it says Supreme Court blocked. Hold on. Blocked one of Biden administration's vaccine mandates, but it upholded another one. So it upholded the one you talked about. But so court blocked OSHA, a rule that would have required business with 100 or more employees to ensure that workers were vaccinated or tested weekly. The majority ruled that OSHA exceeded its authority by regulating a broad public health issue rather than a specific workplace hazard. But it upheld it in a separate 5-4 ruling. The court ruled that a mandate for healthcare workers at facilities receiving Medicare or federal funding, the court found that DHS had the authority to ensure safety. So let's hedge this. We're both right.
Okay, cool. But no, wait, all right, time out. I didn't say anything that's related to OSHA, but just hear me out.
It's a presidential mandate. You said it's not a violation. Don't do that, bro. KK, go, take it over.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. We're talking about concepts here. I am saying unless someone is forced, we are not living under a dictatorship, a monarchy, a kingdom. We still have the Supreme Court. But I don't know if you were in here or not in here. The point that Matt made, the point that I made, is how is this king, this dictator, listening to the Supreme Court? My man Marshall chimed in, how is he listening to Congress? You know, people like to make up points. It suits their narrative. The Supreme Court, we have a process by which, we have a legal process by which the Supreme Court came down with a ruling. No one forced, and this, mind you, they were talking about your king, Biden. They were addressing his shit.
Hey, I'm not
even Trump's shit. They were talking about
Anthony,
Biden's
I was
shit.
being sarcastic, by the way, about that. So I was.
Okay, cool.
So
I didn't know you were being sarcastic.
I was doing this whole thing. I was doing this whole thing, Anthony, because my point to people is that you had someone that was essentially attempting to use, and you're right. I mean, this is not even the OSHA claim is not a dictator-like thing. It's hey, I'm trying to flex my muscles with the federal government. The point I'm saying is that these people at that time didn't say no king. They said Biden all the way in. I'm all in. And I was joking when I said Trump did it because Trump wasn't president in 2022. Even Obama trying to force people saying if you don't get Obamacare, then you're going to be taxed because you didn't get it. Well, I don't want Obamacare. I want private health care. It's like those things you could say more dictatorial than most other things that Trump has done. But those people didn't go and say, hey, I'm going to protest outside no king. They were jumping on board with the king.
That's fair enough, but thank you for clarifying. I just want to land here with Obama. Just real quick, Matt. So I just want to land with Obama. Obama literally said that he could kill any U.S. citizen anywhere in the world without due process. This is what the Obama administration stood on, all right? Mind you, if Donald Trump was to say half of that, you guys would lose your everlasting minds. Thank you for...
And yeah, I would add also to what Anthony's saying, and this is kind of what he was getting at too, was that they weren't literally physically forcing people. Like, that's when you start into the dictatorship, like, realm. Because a dictatorship has a good enforcement arm. Like, people physically go into your door and, like, sticking a jab in you. That's definitely going to be in that realm, you know what I mean? So that's kind of like, I think, kind of what he was hitting on maybe a little bit there. That's not, that would be considered a dictatorship in that way. But,
Matt, but also,
yeah.
before even OSHA could even set any standards of what is allowed, what is not allowed when it got in regards to the vaccine and COVID, it was the White House telling OSHA that they have to approve this. So you have the White House tell OSHA that they have to, even though they didn't want to state a position on it, because then it all comes down to liability and business insurance. So I'll put the link in the chat where it states that Biden's the one that directed OSHA to make that mandate.
Well, and don't forget, there was a healthcare mandate where if you got healthcare, great, but if you don't, guess what? We're going to tax your ass. So, there's that too, which actually that's called socialism, right?
No, that's not socialism. Like, we have the right. Just listen. We have the right. Don't do ourselves good service when we label everything as socialism. It's got a stricter meaning. If we stuck to the stricter meaning, like, it wouldn't. Yes, it's an epithet, but it's an epithet that for folks on the other side, and I know a lot of them because I do campaign work, and you tend to know people on both sides. That just doesn't. Unless they're already on your side, that doesn't come across well. People have told me it comes across too preachy. It comes across too much like, that's not actually socialism. It's leftism, European style, like social democracy. But the only reason those social democrats are allowed to do what they're allowed to do is because they're allowed to donate more of their fiscal resources toward social programs because we provide their military umbrella.
Marshall, I wish the left had their equivalent of you who could say, stop using the word fascist because it's not actually fascist, but unfortunately they're all unified using that word. George W. Bush was the fascist, now they love him. It was great,
Yeah, George W. Bush was called Hitler.
But, but other Republicans, what I'm saying is we didn't push on that, we didn't do anything, we just complacently, it's okay, and so the point I'm getting at is that the left does at the time, please don't police us when we say, looks like it's, it's socialistic in nature. Okay, maybe it's not socialism, but you're forcing someone to do something that they don't want to do, and the whole point, and Obama said it, the whole point is, in order that we want to create enough revenue by taxing the people who don't want it, that it can help pay for the that's socialism. We want to pay it's one solution for everyone, one size fits all.
Redistribution.
Right. And redistribution. So, he basically said it, and so, yeah, it may not be the token definition, but man, when we use these things, man, you gotta understand, we're coming from years of being called fascist and this one, then suddenly, George W. Bush is no longer fascist. He's a great friend to Obama. Amazing.
Yeah, I guess I was more wishing people would be a little more accurate with it. I think it carries more potency when it's more accurate. That's all. I really genuinely do think the potency of the insult carries a lot more when it's not used to describe every little thing Democrats do. But I could be wrong. So.
Yeah, I would say most of what they do is rooted in the concept that one size fits all. Just want to be honest. And they believe in a holistic. I mean, we gotta be honest. People on the left and people who are Democrats believe in a national solution, except for voter ID. Amazing, but they believe in a national solution to everything. They believe that the health of someone in New York and the health of someone and the healthcare needs of someone with cold weather and all that stuff is the same as someone in Texas, where weather and other things are different. They believe that someone in Texas should pay more because asthma is more rampant, or other health challenges are more rampant in New York because, hey, we're all in this together. We all have to. That's the reality of what they believe in. So you could call them a socialist party.
What I was going to try to say was a couple of things. One, the Republicans saving grace the Democratic Party, right? Like, we got our crazies, and they look pretty bad, but you stick our crazies next to their crazies, and their crazies make it look even worse. That's thing number one. I think thing number two is when we become the majority, the Democrats discover small government. When the Democrats win, the big government is the way to go. Now, at least the Republicans have been honest. Well, this kind of small government thing we were waiting to for a long time, we're not, because we're spending like drunken sailors, and we're using federal largesse. At least we're a little bit more honest about using federal largesse. But they then claim to care about limited government time they're in the minority. And when they're in the majority, they don't care about limited government. I'll have an example. My little brother does space aeronautics in the FCC. He's like, hey, we should pare down the executive power. Right? He's a Republican. He's like, let's just pare down the executive power. They got too much anyway. And he didn't get any of the Democratic committee members to agree with it. Because why? It meant they would give up power for their executive. And now both sides do this, but my point is that there's some chief criticisms. I have that opposing side. And lastly, I was privileged enough to sit in on a conversation with a couple chiefs of staff, and one of them was a Democrat, and the Democrat said, you know, the Republicans have y'all got, essentially, like, y'all got your problems, but the Republicans managed to have a side that doesn't eat themselves so much. So it's herself as an example. She said, she gave an example where she was in a meeting and she asked somebody if they were slow. Not like short bus, like back of the bus slow, more like, did you not comprehend what I meant? And so there was an activist in the meeting, and there was like somebody else in her office, and she's the chief of staff to Democrats from the East Coast, and she said something effective to me, like, they thought I was calling people retarded. And they said, you can't use the word slow, right? Like, they eat themselves. As much as I am for moderation and for doing that, you get me on a partisan kick, I have a whole bunch of complaints.
Thank you, Marshall. I'm just gonna open up this stage.
The problem is you don't often hear me complain. I don't like to complain very much. I try not to.
DJ Smack, are you there? PC, welcome to the stage. Last, you haven't spoken either. I don't know if you want to speak on anything that's happened so far. And welcome back, Pepe.
Salute to the room. I'm just listening.
All right.
I'd like to, I got a brief question. What does everybody think about the fake JFK, who supposedly was supposed to be for our health and doing all this wonderful shit, just basically
RFK.
That's what I meant. Why'd you have to correct me?
Because we were confused.
It's fair enough. Thank you, KK. I guess I was just there definitely was a correlation there in my mind, but I'm not gonna say what it is because I'll get in trouble. But you guys could draw the parody, you could do it. Okay. But anyway, so this guy is supposed to be for our health, whatever, and Trump just signed this executive order, I think it was in mid-February, which is just like, hey, look, we need Roundup, and we need to make sure we push the production of Roundup, and it's for national security purposes, because we need to make sure everybody that is listening to this is getting cancer here in the United States. So what do you guys think about that? Was that a bait and switch? switch? Did we get bait and switch from this guy that's now supported? Like, go say, like, well, come on. What are we thinking? What do we think about Trump saying, yeah, national security, we can't move to healthier options because Roundup, was he bought and paid for? Is it really about national security? Is it about something else? Is he being controlled? I don't know.
Things that make you go,
Oh, come on, no biters. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the health and the welfare of our citizenry to move to healthier food options. Being poisoned, and you guys are just gonna sit by and, well, I mean, I guess you fucking deserve it. Well, damn. Yeah. No, but right. What do you mean aggressive on a Saturday, kicker? You gotta catch me on a Sunday, man. Oh, like that.
What y'all about to do with y'all Saturday, man? Y'all about to hang out on Clubhouse?
chilling on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same shit you're doing, brother.
What
I wasn't being critical. I was asking, what are y'all doing for the weekend? Damn.
Sorry, Blake, I came in kind of hot, my bad.
Everybody's coming in hot.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I just got done working. I've been listening to y'all, been checking with y'all while I was working out. About to go to the hospital, some little shit around the house, make some cookies, chill with the kids, some 90s shit.
So I'm listening to y'all in the background as I'm doing work prep, looking at the market, trying to find, new companies to target. So I'm just doing market research while y'all are at.
Yeah, I'm over here working as well. I have some title searches to do. You guys are fucking hilarious.
Did you get your answer, Block A?
Oh yeah, I got a little field test, man. Just, y'all, we like fucking, it's almost like being at Thanksgiving dinner, like every fucking day with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the crazy uncle, you got the fucking, you got the fucking slutty fucking auntie.
Name some names, Blake. Who are we talking about?
No, man, you don't chill it. Don't chill it.
Oh, I gotta put a headshot on it.
And you got the king.
Fuck that. I think I might be the crazy uncle. But I don't know.
I'll put one headshot on it.
Or David Bovedy is the second nominee.
I can do one. I think it's safe to say. I think it's fucking safe to say that Sarah is crazy girl. That motherfucker with.
Yeah, correct.
That person, whoever that was, yeah.
I agree with him. So, thank you, Black A.
Did BB come up with Black A? Is that where that came from?
Yes, it's classic. I can't unhear it.
Black A is the kid B, the teacher in the school, in the class was like, be nice. Hey, Ron, where are you, Ron?
Be nice.
Oh, in the Matrix. Does anybody want to explain to me what exactly the Ukrainian guy was talking about when he was saying that we took photos of our region 3 days before or days prior to us going into Iran? And what is he saying? That there's intelligence that Ukraine has, that there was something that Russia was doing maliciously? Does anybody?
He's trying to get us in so we attack Russia.
Where was that? When was that the state?
Yeah, Ukraine, which is Vladimir Zelensky, made this comment. Came out saying,
Ukraine.
Ukraine is.
I said Ukraine. What did you hear?
Ukraine.
Oh, why would you say it that way, Casey? Come on.
That's what I heard.
Oh, you gotta get your ears checked. All right. So anyway. So Zelensky basically made a comment saying, well, Russia took pictures a couple of days beforehand, and then Iran went and attacked that naval base, that U.S. base, and Americans got injured. Basically, trying to say, hey, Russia's helping Iran. U.S. guys, you need to go in there. U.S. go and attack Russia. He's basically goad us so that we drop a bomb on Russia or do something to Russia for doing it and take something out on them. So he's trying to win his war. I wouldn't really take what he says seriously. I mean, there's been no corroborating evidence. Even the New York Times didn't come out with anything on it yet.
I'm pretty sure that Russia shares a lot of satellite imagery with Iran to make Americans' life a little harder, but I'm pretty sure that the West has been sharing satellite imagery with Ukraine so they can be more effective in their targeting of Russia. I'm pretty sure that's happening every minute of every day in these conflicts.
Bima, thank you for sharing that. But that's just the words that he said, but nobody corroborated. In other words, there wasn't other intel agencies. Usually, you would have the British. You'd have other countries that come out and say, yeah, this is what's the case when these things happen. But no other intel group, no other country has mentioned that. So either Zelensky has specialized access to intel that no one else in the world has of what Russia's doing. Now, maybe they will corroborate it in a few days, but I mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry, King. No, that's not how things work around here. We don't verify corroborated information. We just take what we hear and see off the internet, and that's true. So you're wrong.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't know that rule.
That's fucking wild. Don't forget, everything you see on the internet is true, don't forget.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Don't forget that. That's the first rule of the internet. Everything you see from the cunt that posts, you agree with it and nod your head.
Rafi, I guess then, the internet said that Joe Biden was alive, and I guess they were right,
That's it. We're gonna recreate bullshit.
That's right.
Rafi, I just want to make sure. Did you? Did you believe what I just said, or did you track it as being just?
Honestly, after hearing for a minute, everything that you say kind of goes in one ear the other.
Well, you repeated it, so you were listening, so you could be honest. Did you think I was serious for that?
I repeated it after King, if you haven't heard me.
I'm just wondering.
I was listening to King. I wasn't listening to you.
Oh, okay. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
See, King? You see, after King made that statement, I kind of replied to him.
Well, somebody said that there's no corroboration. I'm looking at an article in Israel, and it says
Tom, it's on the internet. Stop it. We believe it. Somebody posted it. We believe it.
Well, I guess Rafi didn't catch it. I don't know. Rafi didn't hear anything I said, but it was just a joke that I made to King Nav. Tom, I'm not sure. He doesn't hear what I said. I made a joke to King Nav, and so now he's. I guess maybe he thinks it's funny and he like people's jokes. I mean, well, no, technically he didn't hear me, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that nobody actually believes it.
And Tom, just so you know, I read the Israeli one. The Israeli one is basically quoting what Zelensky said, but again, they have a vested interest as well. Hey, this is what's going on here, just to let you know. Come on, attack Iran, but none of the other allies, including NATO or anyone, has put out any statements. And this is 3 weeks old info, because war started about 3 weeks ago, right? And they're saying at the very beginning, Russia started providing this info. So if that's the case, then...
We spent a little time looking into it, but do we doubt that they're all helping each other to some degree in ways that serve their interests?
They're using each other as a proxy.
Right, so they could be using each other, they could be trying to go, but in the end, the goal of both Ukraine and sharing this information is to get, I believe they'll also share faulty information to the United States to goad the United States into this war. And, if we're going to just say, well, whatever Israel says or whatever Ukraine says is correct, that's how we got into this problem before, where the world just listened to us and we went into, Iraq and all that stuff.
So, Kenny, you want to say that the U.S. intelligence, even the information they get shared with, let's say, like Zelensky. What was shared with probably over-reviewed it and said this is false. They shared something, they over-review it and say this is false or this is true. Like, you want to say the American intelligence agency is not smart enough to see from bullshit to what's reality?
Well, I think the intelligence agencies maybe, but the question is, I think we have a unique president that doesn't necessarily trust his own people, and so, I wouldn't be surprised if Bibi called directly to the president regarding Iran and said, hey, they're going to come and they're going to do this, and he already wanted to decimate Iran anyway, and he knew that Iran was involved in maybe, or at least allegedly involved in some of the, plots of against him and stuff like that. So, it just, you stoke the fire a little bit, because if you look at what Gabbard and others have said, like even with the first Iranian strike, she said there's no proof and there's been no evidence of any issue, that they were even close to getting a nuclear weapon. She testified like a month beforehand. That was the attack last year. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence.
Okay.
And she testified in like 1 month before the big thing that there was no evidence of it. So either she was lying or she was saying what the truth was at that time. And it's come out that, Trump has sidelined her from some of the meetings and the cabinet meetings. Again, I'm not putting down Trump, you want it. The world is going to be a better place if this whole Iran situation is.
Let me ask you a question, okay? From which cabinet ministry was she from? From the previous one or from?
Current one, Trump picked her and brought her in.
Trump picked her. Okay, that's what I
Yeah,
want to. Okay.
Trump's choice brought her in. And same with Director Radcliffe, right? Radcliffe also testified that he hadn't seen anything. He's the CIA director. He testified that he hadn't seen anything, and then suddenly Trump goes in and bombs those things. In fact, Tulsi Gabbard, you can look it up. She says, I think it was April or May of 2025, that Iran is not near getting a nuclear weapon, and then Trump in June attacks and destroys those nuclear facilities, saying they were close. And I think it's because, Bibi, Trump has other people working with Bibi and stuff like Kushner and Witkoff and stuff, and they probably said, this is what he's telling me, And I wouldn't be surprised if Tulsi went in and was like, sir, what they're saying is not true. Yeah, but who do you trust, If Bibi's saying it, he probably knows something. Maybe he didn't know, maybe he didn't get there, maybe it's getting filtered, or, whatever.
I don't think it's that way. I don't think Trump thinks that it's imminent and it's happening tomorrow. I think it's a very nuanced conversation about, do we wait until it's happening tomorrow so we can strike them 3 hours before there's a nuclear weapon ready? Or do we know it's imminent in terms of it's happening in the next few months, maybe a year, and we don't have windows of opportunities to avoid disasters?
So Tom, before you go down this road, I would recommend you read what Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Security, said to Congress. She put a statement saying they are years, like at least 5 to 10 years away from getting a nuclear weapon. And
that's against all intelligence reporting, because it takes a couple years to make a nuclear weapon from scratch.
And they were significantly hampered in their ability. And then this time when he went and attacked, his claim was also, oh, well, yeah, they were close to doing it, but I thought you destroyed all their facilities in June. Right? So
clearly they did it.
But Witkoff reported the now dead Iran negotiators said that they had enough of 6 or 11 or something like that during the negotiations.
Correct. What KK is saying is accurate.
So if that's the case, then yes, that would trigger, but if it was not the case, he would have never said that.
But that's what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, knowing that the U.S. would not have any validation to belong there. But he did say it.
Right, and that's the whole point. I think what KK just brought up is a very important point. Intelligence all around the world said something different. That doesn't mean that they're wrong. But the intelligence that the president received, not from Tulsi Gabbard, not from Radcliffe, but he received from Witkoff and other people who were in there, the president chose to believe those people. Right? Just like, there's just so much nuance to some of this stuff.
Yeah, so Witkoff believed the Iranian negotiator.
Correct. Yep, and he told that to Trump. But
that was the imminent, right?
Well, that's what the claim is, right? But then Gabbard's claim is, well, yeah, but so do you trust, if national security believes different, right, and other security agencies around the world, and I think that's where the issue comes, is that maybe Iran just said, yeah, come get us. Yeah, we got it. And were they serious? Were they not? Did he see facilities?
Well, yeah, so why would they want, knowing that Trump's going to play coy or bluff with Iran? They already, blew up one main site of theirs. So why would they sit there and say that they have it? If they didn't have it, it seemed like you have it. You guys are bullying us. You already knocked out one of our main reactors, or with the bunker where it's hidden. So the rest of the world would be like, okay, well,
Didn't they say?
They don't have it, but they didn't. They said they had them.
These are people who jump on planes and kill themselves and to kill others.
No, but they did say kind of, they hit them that they never reached, meaning that it's there. They acknowledged the IRGC that it's there, but the U.S. never really reached the nuclear site. So, like, they kind of doubled down on it.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay. Well, I have a question for King.
What is this?
Well, King, currently the S&P is at 6,400, and that's dropped because of the Iran-Epstein war. My question, King, is the Houthis joined the fight yesterday. What happens if the Suez Canal is closed at the same time as the Strait of Hormuz? What happens to the stock market, King?
I'd like to defer that question to Matt. Matt is more of an expert.
Somebody hurry up and answer me.
Matt, go ahead.
And I like to defer to
a bunch of stupid bozos.
Nikki's a bigger expert.
A bunch of stupid bozos yapping on the stage. Gas is already up.
What is
Not recording like that.
Food prices up.
What's that, Tom?
Close the Suez Canal and your gas will go to $20.
Okay.
What's up, John?
That's the answer.
How are you, John?
That's the answer.
How high can he get, stupid?
Well, that was the question, and no one seems to have any information on.
But how high can
Stupid is a guy trying to talk like a girl. What's
Do
happening?
I finish, Tom? No one interrupted you, Tom. So shut the fuck up. So anyway, if they close both canals, that's going to crush the economy. Interest rates are expected to be lowered. The interest rates will rise. So, don't you understand what's going on?
They're not going to put the Suez Canal. Suez Canal.
I'll have a conversation with them and educate them on this stuff.
The Houthis were already involved. They got involved more than 5 years ago under the Joe Biden administration, at which point they struck a U.S. naval vessel.
Marshall, this person could be a potential person for us. Can you wave at her and explain to her like some of these Republican policies?
Listen,
I don't believe that it's real person.
I believe it's a her.
The Gulf near Yemen will be closed.
Something tells me this is not a her.
It's a troll.
The Gulf of Oman leads to the Suez Canal, but people don't travel in these rooms. They don't even have passports or maps. Stupid asses.
Stupid mom.
He's not articulate for helpful. They're going to get rid of him.
No, I was stupid bozo, not you. Your name is stupid. I'm not calling you stupid.
Sorry to hear that.
Stupid bozo, stupid bozo. That's what I was thinking, Marshall.
My name is Raja from Pakistan.
I was trying to figure out from stupid, like how high.
By calling her stupid, what do I get on it?
Yeah.
I got a more contentious conversation with somebody who's already not on our side and somebody who will be even less willing to have a conversation once you call them a moron. Right? That doesn't work to have conversations.
Yeah, but these people have low IQ, so I don't expect much.
But stupid, so how much do you think, not us, how much do you think is going to go up to, per
Well, crude is already above 100, so it's the question is, what will it do at the pump? Because in terms of shipping raw materials, it's already over 100. It's 110 or something. So that could go to 150, 160 easy. Now, let's get to the pump that affects you guys that are in this room. I just got some phone calls from California. People were paying $7.
Hey, stupid.
You know,
Stupid, I guess. Hold on.
If you close both canals, it can go to. If you close the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, you close the what's the Gulf of Oman that leads to the Suez Canal. In terms of shipping, that should drive your price to, I don't know.
Stupid. Hold on. There's a guy on this app you need to connect with. His name's Edmund.
King, you didn't want to answer. Can I finish? I'm answering Matt's question, and you're very rude. Very rude.
Only on weekends.
Okay, well that's not acceptable. This is why we're in the shit we're in now. Irresponsible adults that fuck kids and eat kids. Just irresponsible.
Only on Mondays.
Let me finish answering. It's okay. Go ahead, take over the mic.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Jefferson called
Like a bunch of third graders.
Jefferson called one of his a fucking hermaphrodite, which was like calling him a blasphemous term today. Right? Of course these people are mean and petty to each other. Like, what universe do you live in?
Yeah, I don't know where they're from.
I think who would have the biggest issue if the Suez Canal would be shut down would be Turkey. And I do believe, what was it, 2 or 3 days ago, 6 Arab nations, not including Turkey, but Jordan, Egypt, and places right there along the Suez Canal, condemned the Iranian regime for their acts that they've been doing. So if they would try to, like, landlocked now for the size of Egypt, and when you have there Jordan, they're not going to fuck around with that. They know what that means. And then Turkey will kind of get in play too if that walks in, because that cuts them off entirely. And they have to go all the way around. You know, they're already doing land transfer or whatever right now. So I don't think it would actually happen. And right now, last time it was super high was 2022. It was 120 a barrel. That was under Biden.
Yes, the Gulf of Aden, that's what I was trying to say. The Gulf of Aden could easily be closed by the Houthis. And then that will send prices not only of your gas, your steak, everything you eat, fertilizer is already an issue with regarding the Persian Gulf, urea. So planting season in America could be affected by shortage of fertilizer, and farmers may have to say, we'll move on to the next planting season, we'll forego this season. And that would affect you guys here. And you don't even think about that, and I don't want anything to happen to any of you. I want you to have food. Thank you.
I don't think we're a risk of a fan, and I also think California is a bad example. California, through their own internal state regulations, makes their gas go up by at least $1 per gallon, if not more than that. Right? So yes, California will be affected by this. Part of California's problem is California.
Yeah, but I mean, other states, the gas is increasing. They asked me before you got in here, how much do I think all gas would go to if both canals are closed, or both shipping routes are closed? Let's put it that way. All right. So that was the question, Marshall.
Okay, so when I looked up Houthis, they said approximately, this is 2024, anywhere from 150 to 300,000 forces. But Egypt is kind of the largest and strongest military power, and they have a total military personnel of 1.2 plus million. And then they have a paramilitary force, which is 300,000. So I don't think that even that number game of Houthi to Egyptian army, plus, you know, Jordan doesn't have a large army, but they're a little bit more into swapping. I don't think that would be an issue that the Houthis could actually even bodily wise take over the Suez Canal. But
okay, good.
Okay.
That's good for the economy, yeah. Because the economy will get crushed.
Yeah, I was told that for $10 that the price of oil goes up, the price of the gas station goes up 24 cents. So just try to do the math as far as like, let's just say Iran gets whatever they want, meaning the price of gas goes up to 200. Then what would be the estimation of the price of the gas pump? And yeah, it'd be like.
Did you hear about the 800,000 acre fire in Nebraska? I need that land to feed the cows that Americans eat. So now we have a problem there too. I don't know if you guys know about these problems. Soon you guys are not gonna have nothing to eat. You're gonna eat each other. That's what's gonna happen.
Can I deal with this guy named Goat?
This shit not gonna exist the next century. Watch.
The Chinese will buy
I wanna know how you taste.
In 5 years, the Chinese will be buying America.
And I know the flavor you are. Come on.
Can you stay on the topic, sir?
I'm straight on the topic. You're warning me. I gotta eat you. The fuck is I gotta look up recipes. Look, what do you go good with?
I think it's
Let me ask you.
Okay, Epstein.
I know it's a trendy, but what do you go good with?
Okay, Mr. Epstein, shut up.
I want to know what you go good with. Are you saucy? Are you saucy or you're one of those dry ones?
Fava
Like a dry rub.
Fava beans.
Fava bean.
But why talk like that? You can do whatever you want, but why talk like some kind of a broken 80s recording?
Why are you so worried? Did the tranny give you a blowjob once? I mean, why is this woman, why are you so worried? Why are you so worried?
I'm not talking to a real person.
I'm calling ICE. Hold on. I'm gonna get you out of here. Yeah, I'm serious too. Excuse me, ICE. There's a guy named Tom who has no passport. He's on the stage. Can you come over? ICE arrested 3 miles from another room last week.
I don't live in the U.S. Yeah,
I'm letting you know. I'm still letting them know about you. Hold on.
Guys, I can't listen to that thing. I'm gonna move rooms. Somebody, please.
Well, hurry up and leave. At the top, there's a red thing that says leave at the top. That's how you go to another room, you stupid ass. You stupid ass. You stupid bozo.
Now, where did you guys find this kid?
Oh my God, Doug, your picture. Oh Lord, if people only knew.
Hey, I just want to share what's going on in my area because I do live in a rural farm area. The farmer across the street from me, he's struggling, and then a lot of the farmland in my area is selling off because the younger generations do not want to take on the career of being a farmer because of the cost and especially because of the equipment. The equipment cost is expensive, and then obviously some of the stuff that's going on governmentally. So yeah, we're losing a lot of farmland, and we should be very concerned about it.
But they don't care. This is why I just troll them, because soon you'll be eating Beyond Meat.
Yeah, it's stupid. I don't know exactly who you are, but I've heard your voice for the last couple of years, and I don't know who you are, but yeah, like what you're just spitting right now was pretty true. It doesn't matter who he is or who he or she is, but the fact that, you know, the farmland and the farmers are struggling, it's that's the truth.
Yeah.
And we should be very concerned about it.
Yeah, we should, to include other countries being able to purchase our land, especially farming land. Jennifer, I don't know if you were aware, but in the background while I was working this week, the White House had a meeting with all the farming kind of big executives to include the machinery owners, whatever. And then they changed some laws to benefit the smaller farmer, to include that they no longer have to pay the company to come and fix their gear. They can fix it on their own. I guess they were charging them $300 just to like change something, which I didn't even know that was the case. But a lot of the regulations that was hampering the clean out sheets of the farmers that has been adjusted, and to include they took off the estate tax of passing down your farm to the next generation. There were a couple of other things that I didn't even know that was happening, but at least it's turning into the right direction for the farm.
Well, that's good. Thank you for letting us know that.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was big issue until they said, like, yeah, it's like, you're not allowed to fix your own equipment that you pay for.
Do you think
There's about, just on my road alone, there's about, let's see, 15, 30, 45, there's 45 acres of land that was recently sold from farms they couldn't afford to continue to farm it, and they're going to develop it into short-term rentals.
So here's my question, Jennifer.
Which is not a good thing in my area, because then that affects the small businesses, and like my town, like literally half of the town is the commercial properties are empty because the small businesses can't stay alive because it's a lot of like second homes and short-term rentals.
So here's my question, Jennifer. Do you think the United States of America should deem farm workers as government employees?
I don't know. I don't honestly know the answer to that question. I'd have to do some research.
There's a low IQ room. They keep muting me.
No, like in my area, a lot of the farm is like, it's generational. Like, these have owned it for decades. And yeah, because the younger generations don't want to on the responsibility and the stress of owning a farm, they are off the properties to developers, and they're turning them into short-term rentals.
Yeah, you guys are gonna starve soon. Your kids will starve.
I'll be okay, but yeah, I'm kind of worried about my neighbors for sure.
Not that it matters.
Yeah, they're going in down the drain.
Not that it matters. I'm trying to get the cash Kitover.
What about Cash Patel?
My brother. Iran already had Cash Patel.
Yeah.
Guess who's
You know what was
next?
funny is when he said that, like, I don't understand, like, that is the most crazy, cringe, like, LARPing of a white man I've ever seen. Like, first of all, you're telling somebody who's a devoted fucking Christian, till Valhalla. Like, in other words, like, this pagan bullshit, which is, like, the worst thing you can fucking say to him about him after his death. It was just so weird.
Who do you think is going to be next? Pam Bondi, of course. They're going to hack the fuck out of her. Watch.
Hey, Bondi can suck my balls.
Yeah, I'd fuck her.
In real life.
Yeah, I'd bend her over. I'd fuck her from behind.
I know. I'm done playing with you, you fucking faggot. So, I, might need to go down.
Your mother's a faggot. Pee-pee.
Pepe, how could she suck your balls? I mean, have you ever met her? I mean,
I would totally let her. I think she's like quite a bit older than me, but I would probably really enjoy it.
Yeah, I banged your fuck out.
but how is it going to happen? That's my.
Oh, I know. I just said it would be nice. I didn't say it was gonna happen.
No, I think the better way to say it is that she could suck your balls, because she can't until you meet her. You could say she could.
Yeah, she could.
Yeah,
might.
Yeah.
Would you like her on her knees or any
way she wants?
You know what? I honestly think you should write her a letter and make this offer to her.
No,
because
so you want to fuck?
I know. I don't need to get put on a fucking watch list.
until you do it, she'll never know that you're attracted to her.
That's how you get a visit from the FBI. Nice try.
No, you have to shoot your shot.
You miss Pam Bondi. I love hearing you speak. I love watching how your mouth
I love to bend you over.
It'd be so nice if you could use your mouth on my balls. Please, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay.
I need an FBI.
You have nothing to lose. So you have nothing to lose by doing that, okay?
would you
And everything you gain.
Favor? Hello, Matt. Yeah, can you guys do me a favor? I'd like to find out some information about this no brains. What are you guys thinking? I'm in Southern California.
Okay, hold on.
And I'm seeing a lot of protests. So
Yeah, hold on. We're going to give it to you. Hold on.
Oh, all right, hold on. I gotta move someone to the audience. There we go. All right, now we can talk. Hold it.
Jeez. Yeah, Edward, they've been going on. I don't know. There was one down the way from me. Not really a big group of them.
What's been going on, Matt?
See again?
What's been going on, you said?
Oh, the protest.
no KK protests?
Which one?
No, well, any of them, however many there were all over the U.S. She was asking what they are, what they're, more about it.
There's one in San Diego, and it's pretty big.
Yeah, well,
I ran so far away.
hold on,
The
sir.
blue state protest.
Sir is crazy.
Okay, well, I'm in Orange County. My wife and I did a road trip today from Cypress all the way down to Dana Point, and all the way down the Pacific Coast Highway. There were thousands of people, especially in Laguna Beach.
Wow.
There were probably 2,000 people.
Dude, you gotta do it right, bro.
So I'm just trying to find out. First of all, to my knowledge, the president of the United States was duly elected based on electoral votes, right? Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, and we do have 3 founding documents in the United States called the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and our actual Constitution.
Yes, Professor.
So I'm trying to figure out, based on the people that claim to be an American. I saw a lot of signs today that said they want to save democracy, and I thought it says to the republic for which we stand. So I'm just trying to figure out. They talk about kings, they talk about democracy, and I'm just trying to figure out really what's going on. Have we actually lost the value of our actual 3 documents in America?
Edward, what you're forgetting is you're talking about some dumb fuck Democrats. That's what you're talking about. So they're dumb
Well,
fucking.
and not only that, but if you remember when Maduro was caught, they were saying, "Oh, free Maduro, free Maduro," but then they say no kings as far as Donald Trump. It really doesn't make any sense. It's backwards.
We have 3 branches of government in the United States. We have 50 independent governors. I'm just trying to figure out where are these people from? Are they even from planet Earth? I mean, it's just like, are you serious? Because you're showing your ignorance of how the republic works. And I don't get it. All of us who happen to be conservative, we don't go out and say all the stuff that they're saying. We celebrate the fact that we're free people. Because the last I checked, we hold these truths to be self-evident, not government evident. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know, maybe.
No, you are. It's okay, though.
Wait, he's wrong about this?
I mean, the idea of freedom is kind of a
Also, Edward,
illusion, right?
there's a
We are, right?
You want to talk? What's it talking about?
I mean, how could you talk to me if you don't let me talk? How could you even respond?
Well, somebody was talking because you said it's a delusion or an illusion. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, because we are governed by laws, by government, by rules. We are governed. We're not a complete, actual, we don't have total freedom. So I don't know where you're really getting at with your.
What do you think about that, Edward?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out. So I'm not free? Please explain to me what part of my life's not free.
The one where you are bound by taxes and a social security number and laws. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Shout out to being governed. It's what makes America so much better than I think a lot of other countries is the fact that we are governed. The fact that we do have laws, we do have rules, and if we break them, we go to jail. And shout out to that. A lot of other countries don't have that.
Sure. I want to make sure, Pocket, that you say because we have laws and because there's quote-unquote government that I'm not free. Because the last I checked, by me following laws, because laws are supposed to be there to protect Edward, not to harm him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Am I saying something? Because I'm also married, and I'm bound by those too. So should I no, I'm just saying, should I violate that, or should I stay focused?
I mean, when it comes to violating that, I mean, that's on your beliefs. But I feel like the idea of freedom to me is just it's just not real. Especially when we're living by laws of I can't go out and go run around and be naked. If I want to
Yeah, that's
see
true.
Pepe, they would want me to see Pepe. You know what I mean?
Why can't I go take a dump in front of, like, you know, in my neighbor if someone happens to see me on my balcony? I go to jail.
Why can't I take a shit in front of Starbucks? What's going on?
And I like the fact that you both are saying this, but the laws of nature that exist, which is part of our actual documentation, it's all the laws of nature and nature's God. So even if we did not have regular laws that actually on the books, we will actually obey the laws of nature, meaning that we decent people, because it's the right thing to do.
We're with fucking clothes? What do you mean the laws of nature? We're clothes.
Okay, hold on. Patty, I just love the way you communicate sometimes. I don't talk the way you talk, but it's just so interesting. So I'm going to ask you, when did the first set of clothes actually come and why did they come?
Because Eve ate that apple when they were ashamed, so they stopped being naked.
And why did they call it when nature's calling? Okay,
right.
If I have to go poop, okay, that's nature calling. So why the fuck? I mean, that's natural law.
And I think it's a beautiful thing that we're governed, man. We
Guys,
need that
I like
shit.
the sound.
Could you imagine? I'm sorry, just to go back to it. Could you imagine if we actually had the complete and utter freedom to do what we wanted in America? We'd literally be a third world. Honestly, if there was no government, if there was no type of law, if there was no type of structure, if there was no type of, I don't know, wherewithal of, you know, what's right and wrong. So shout out to that. Shout out to being governed. Shout out to having those people in power that actually get to check us and put us in our place when we're being out of pocket, pun intended. So just wanted to say shout out to that. There's nothing wrong.
Good to see you again, Pocket. But
Good to see you again.
Okay, so but the biggest part, I'm trying to be sure. If I, Edward, hold truth to be self-evident, that number one, I'm going to govern myself. I'm not going to violate you. I'm not going to do something to harm you. That's self-government. Okay? So this is what it means. We hold these truths to be self-evident. What are the truths that we hold to be self-evident?
So God, under God's
Okay, I was going to say that. Damn.
All right, you guys go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, why can't I like watch the Food Channel while enjoying the services of an escort while cleaning my fucking machine gun? But the coppers will knock on my door, take my machine gun away, and take the hookers away, and then they'll throw me in jail. That's not fucking freedom. That is bullshit.
To be serious though, like, you know, you are governing yourself based off of God's laws. So let's just remember that there is another set of laws that you're, you know, holding yourself to a standard by. The morale, the commandments, treat a neighbor how you want to be treated, you know, love a neighbor like you want to be treated, or how you want to be loved, or whatever the case may be, whatever that is, the morale that you live off of based off of, you know, God. That's still a law and a government. So I just want to...
Listen, I'm not for freedom, right? I know that I'm probably somebody who differs on the stage. I believe in some form of authoritarianism, because I don't want to live like they live in sub-Saharan Africa, right? I don't want a bunch of booty scratchers pooping on my sidewalk. As much as Pepe might want to, Pepe, I don't want you to be pooping in public. I think we should almost criminalize and put people in jail, possibly even death penalty for public poopers. But that's just me.
You're gonna, okay, if there's ever a revolution, you're fixing the wall. That's all I have to say.
You're welcome.
Wait a minute. Before there were toilets, how did people take a shit?
Great question.
Yeah, but you're saying out in the woods. But that was before streets. That was before decent society. That's when people were murdered. Listen, we can go back to that. Slavery. Wait, listen, we can go back to slavery, child labor. Listen, you know, if that's how we want to play, that's a fun way to play. But you know, we're living in a decent society, and I enjoy it.
Me too.
So I like that we have rules, and I believe we should have more rules.
Me too. I think women should only have a certain amount of perfumes in their life.
I think women should have a certain amount of rights.
That's not freedom. You bitches need to. You shouldn't be.
Women shouldn't work. women shouldn't work. Women shouldn't have rights, in my opinion, as well. Like they shouldn't vote. They shouldn't be able to own land. They shouldn't be able to divorce their spouses. They shouldn't really do anything and make babies.
I agree, dude.
And also,
And make love. Out.
And there's, to truly be free, there's like people we have to put limits on. Like there is like this insane asylums should come back. There's certain people that should not.
Dile que este rosa y soy lo votaste como a Ricky, que antes de cambiar contacto ya había wiki.
Are you in the rack?
We answer.
We carry each other every dawn, every sun. Praise that broken crowns. Hear the thunder of a freeborn sound. We were shadows, now we're standing proud. This is our victory, singing loud. Through the fire, through the falling ground. We never bow, raise that banner over broken crowns. This is our victory, singing loud. Stay with the red. We show the silence. Their sacrifice, our flame. Blueprints like red lights. Torn fields, for the burned towns, for every whisper, don't back down. For the last charge, through the dark ground. We answer, freedom
Well, thank you. Check out the background. Be sure to like this video and subscribe if you enjoy this
Crash in the sky.
secret and most
Names on the letter. Folded
So he sings.
He kissed the dark, swore to come home. Dog tags closed, she traced his face in a torn photo. Pray through the night, don't let him go. Light in the city. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every story written in red. Light from the blazing water. Every sword, every door. We hold this line, and we don't back down tonight. Did you hear them call? Keep your heart stand tall. Every flag that flies carries all their cries. We won't forget. We won't forget. We rise, we answer. Every song promise life from the first to the fourth. Every name we call it. We won't let fight. 'Cause we live. I lay my armor on the table. Treat your and we go down tonight. Dust on the boots, ash in the sky. Names on a letter, folded, tucked inside. He kissed the dirt, swore to come home. Dog tags cold, radio low. She traced his face in a torn photo. Prayed through the night. I'm Darlene Gray. Chicago's pro football team, the Wildcats, is still. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every star, story written in red. White from the hills and the horrors. Every dot, every father. We stand our ground, and we don't back down tonight. We don't back down tonight. Footprints fade on a foreign road. Fire in the dark, but their courage glowed. Every brother falling, lifted by a hand, pushing through the thunder, light in the sand. Under one banner, we rise. I'm standing up on essential services for smarter, fairer revenue. Businesses and businesses group to thrive. Hey, it's Mayor of Chicago. I'm proud to announce that property taxes in this city are officially law. Instead, we'll fund essential services. Every son, every daughter, we hold this line, and we don't back down tonight. Hi, let's get started. We're talking about how Congress makes the laws in this country. We split it.
Mayor John Kitover has reached a last-minute agreement that keeps the Chicago House football team from relocating. The deal includes new stadium funding and a revenue-sharing plan with the franchise. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every star, promise burning in red, white from the first to the fallen. Every name we're calling, we won that fight, 'cause we never lost the iron in our lungs, ash upon our skin, name carved in cold, we call you breaker of the battle line. You see the hidden lies, scatter feel like shattered glass, bend our doubt, let courage pass. Friendship like a cross my veins, burn the rough from rusted chains, open every locked away thought, sharpen every hand, form oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us in cunning, crown us in flame, stand by our banners, speak through our name, we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand, we never die. Feel the logic, way of fate, turn the clash to quiet slave, twist their fury into frost, make their numbers come. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us in cunning, crown us in flame, stand by our banner, speak through our name, we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand. Feed us secrets of the hidden years. Steal us from the grip of doubt and fear. Name you, claim you in the crash of bone and wire. Blaze us in a crown cipher. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us in cunning, crown us in flame, stand by our banner, speak through our name, we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand. We never die. me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows
Need or
with
not,
whispers
conversation is about whether God exists or not. So, let's stay on
the
topic.
maddening cry.
At the same time, evil exists.
Is this an open discussion?
Yeah, this is an open discussion.
Well, look who it is. Dr. CM, Chicago Mayor. Well, since this is an open discussion, I just want to say if beautiful young European women want to flirt with me and CM wants to try to cock block me, well, that's CM's choice in life, but some super hot little European spinners coming to Chicago this summer to make a baby, CM. What do you think about that? What a cock blocker. Come on, bro. Oh, look, my good friend Daniel Nero's here. Cheddar Cheesehead. Did you get some dandruff shampoo, Dr. Nero?
Dude, what the fuck is your issue, man?
What do you mean? I thought this was a barbecue party. I'm here to roast. Cooking some ribs.
Barbecue
Chicken.
party. It's an open discussion, not a roast session, dude.
Oh, Yappa's here. My good friend, Yappa. Well, since everybody's playing AI music these days, if I can make a submission, does it have to be a discussion, or can I play some music or read a poem?
Can you read a poem, please? That would be great.
Sure.
I don't mind if you read a poem.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 100.
I mean, jeez, it's just.
I will pick 100.
Okay, this is the 100th page of my poetry book. The 17th chapter, what we should answer unto the interrogations of the spirits, and how we should resist their demands. The wicked devil knoweth full well that you are in no way obliged unto him, and that you have commenced this operation under the grace and mercy of God, and under the protection and defense of the holy angels. Nevertheless, he will not fail to try his fortune, and he will seek to turn you aside from the veritable path. But be you constant and courageous, and swerve not in any way, either to the right hand or to the left. If he showeth himself proud with you, render unto him the like, and in your turn show him your pride. If he be humble, be in no wise too rude and severe toward him, but be moderate in all things. If he asketh you some matter, you shall make answer unto him according to the instruction which the guardian angel shall have given you. And understand that the 4 princes, subnote Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, and Belial, more than all the rest will powerfully tempt you, saying unto you, who is he who hath given thee so great authority? They will reproach you with your hardihood and presumption in summoning them, knowing how powerful they are, and contrariwise, how weak and sinful you yourself are. They will reproach you with your sins, and will especially seek to dispute with you concerning your religion and your faith in God. If you be a Jew, they will tell you that your faith and your religion have been refuted by God himself, and that you observe not the true law as it should be observed. Also, if you be a pagan, they will say, what hath God to do with you or his creatures either, seeing that you know not God? If you be a Christian, they will say unto you, what business is it of yours to have to do with Hebrew ceremonies, which are tainted with idolatry and the like? But let none of this disquiet you in the least. Answer them in few words and laughingly, that it is none of their business to discuss these matters with you. and to deliver their opinions concerning them, and that although you may be a worthless wretch and a great sinner, you will yet hope that the true and only God, who hath created the heaven and the earth, and who hath condemned them and brought them into submission under your feet, will forgive you your sins, both now and in future, whatever may be the religion which you profess. Further that, you wish to know and understand, confess, and honor no other than the great and only God, the Lord of light, by whose power, virtue, and authority you command them to obey you. When you shall have spoken unto them thus, then will they sing another song, telling you that if you wish them to serve and to be obedient unto you, that you must first come to terms with them. Then shall you answer them on this wise: God, our Lord, hath condemned and sentenced you to serve me, and I do not treat as an equal with those who are accustomed to obey. Then will they demand of you some sacrifice or courtesy if you wish to be served and obeyed promptly. You shall reply that sacrifice is not to be made unto them, but rather unto the only God. They will then entreat you not to hinder or bring to shame by means of this wisdom any of their devotees. And enchanters in their operations and enchantments, you shall then make answer that you are obliged to pursue the enemies of God and the Lord, and to repress their malice, and also to save and defend your neighbor, and any who are offended and hurt by them. Then, with much verbiage, and an infinitude of different ways will they make severe attacks upon you, and even the familiar spirits will rise up against you in their turn. These latter will demand and beseech of you that you will in no way give them over unto others to serve them. Hold firm, however, and promise nothing either to one class of spirits or another, but reply to them that every true and brave man is obliged to aid and serve his friends to the best of his ability, and with all his possessions, among the which they must assuredly also be comprised. When at length see that they have lost all hope of making you prevaricate, and that they can obtain nothing notwithstanding all their requests, they will definitely surrender, and will ask nothing else of you, unless it be that you shall not be too rude and insulting in commanding them. You shall make answer to this, that if they prove themselves obedient and prompt in serving you, it may be that your angel,
is this like an endless reading, or is this? I thought I was getting like a poem real quick. Is it almost over?
It's over.
Jesus.
You asked for page 100. I gave you page 100.
Is that the Quran?
No.
What was it, you bastard?
I won't reveal to you my magic books of demonology. I command Satan and Lucifer and Belial, not you, sir. I am in possession of a magic book lost through time.
Did you take a fucking methamphetamine enema? Or did you just put it on you?
Well, I got a stack of books in front of me. He wanted page 100. I grabbed a random book, and that's what I got.
Yeah.
The book is called The Sacred Magic of Abramelin.
The Sacred Magic of Abramelin?
Yeah. It's from the Hellfire Club in London.
All right, man.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Sounded interesting for a little bit there.
It wasn't really poetry, but
Actually, just reading me a poem, not like pick up a book and then open up to a certain page and then start reading.
have you ever heard the Gnostic Creed or the Gnostic poem?
No.
I'll read you that one if you want to hear it. I put these on YouTube earlier. It's called the Gnostic Anthem. You want to hear it?
The Book of Abramelin, the medieval text attributed to Abraham of Worms. It's a famous work in occult traditions. describing the system of sacred magic. What a very strange library you have, Chad. I must say. What is it? Where do you get your stuff from?
Most of it comes out of reading Crowley. There's all these associated Thalamitic, publishing houses, but Crowley and Thalama has been published, for over 100 years. So it's just I have like an occult library. It's basically just science fiction, but there's a lot of English words that I've never heard before, and reading these English books from the 1920s are full of like English terms I've never heard before, which is great for me. Okay, this is the Gnostic anthem. It's a meditation. It's quick. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Thou who art I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke, my faint, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, biding one, thee, center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am I. Appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm, glory and worship be to thee. Sap of the world ash wonder tree, glory to thee from gilded tomb, glory to thee from waiting womb, glory to thee from earth unplowed, glory to thee from virgin vowed, glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law. Love under will.
You shall tie yourself into the place that separates from the world, and there live in solitude, and try asking cleansing your body and your mind, that you may render yourself worthy to receive the grace of the Lord. I think we should all be in solitude. I think we should all be preparing ourselves for the grace of the Lord. There's a lot to be said here, even in that whole book. It's got a lot going for itself. This reflects the central theme of the text. For any magic system, the practitioner must undergo a long period of moral discipline, isolation, and spiritual purification. And let me just read one more from this robust text. The first object of his sacred passions, the knowledge and conversation of your holy guardian angel. This line captures the core aim of the system, establishing a direct, personal, spiritual connection, often called knowledge and conversation, with one's holy guardian angel, which is treated as the highest attainment to the work. There's like this guardian angel stuff going on here in the book of Kitover.
I think it's just like your. I think it's just your intuition.
Right. Why don't you just cork down just a second, Aristotle? Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
The holy guardian angel is just your inner monologue, your intuition. You know, giving you advice, warning, precaution, encouragement. What was that?
It's like it's not metaphorical.
Yeah, they try to make it's just a metaphor, you know. But
no, John, we're talking about like an actual being. Let me.
Hello.
All right, maybe you're right. Let's see. That's like the ontology, the ontos.
I am
in traditional ceremonial matter, it's often understood as an independent, intelligent entity, assigned to guide, communicate, practitioner. At the same time, many modern scholars and practitioners interpret it metaphorically, psychologically, as a higher self or deep subordinate wisdom, as a symbol of their life, conscious, scholars and begins. Well, Steve. Alright, I guess you're right. Always just that. You forgive me.
A storm of silence, a broken love.
Yeah, I've got this book called Sex Magic, and it says when you're engaged in sex, it's like a good time to meditate on this like higher consciousness, and try to communicate with it or merge with it. You could call it gnosis.
Dude, hit us with it.
Excuse me?
Hit us with it.
Oh, do you want to hear another? You want to hear another poem?
I'd like to hear anything interesting that you get out of that. I mean, you already had something really interesting. This book of Aphrodite.
Okay.
Oh, I just got a message first. Give me 1 second. Let's go get Taco Bell. I'll drive. I'm like, I would have taken that on. I don't know if I would have taken that on. Sorry, John. Go ahead. Grace us with your very.
Okay. Take a deep breath. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Fear not at all. Fear neither men, nor fates, nor gods, nor anything. Money! Fear not, nor laughter of the folk folly on Clown House, nor any other power in heaven or upon the earth or under the earth. But your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries. Though with fire and sword it be burnt down and shattered, yet an invisible house there standeth, and shall stand until the fall of the great equinox. Now this mystery of the letters is done. and they want to go on to a holier place. Also for beauty's sake and love's. Despise also all cowards. All fools despise. But the keen and the proud, the royal and the lofty, ye are brothers. As brothers, fight ye! There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Love is the law, love under will.
Really? You're on fire tonight. Like, it's just,
You know, an interesting thing about Taco Bell is I have a Taco Bell spice, hot sauce collection in my cupboard. They got so many different spices. It's like, it's a collection.
Well, if you want to collect something really good, get Dave's Insanity Sauce, the ghost pepper one. So yeah, that sounded like Aleister Crowley. What are you into that, the Lima stuff?
If thou callest me a Thelemite, thou shalt do no wrong.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, good day.
So you're a spiritual advisor?
I'm a Christian.
Oh.
I believe I am.
I don't know. I got confused for a second. I was thinking like maybe you were like a life coach or something like that. Never mind.
Oh, but my name doesn't give it away.
No, I don't know. Like, what's going on? Welcome to the room. How's it going?
Well, somehow surviving in crazy Canada. I'm a Canadian.
Chicago, we work hard, but City Hall keeps taking property tax, water and garbage tax, parking meters, city stickers. I'm John Kitover. As mayor, I'll liberate this city. We'll end the Chicago, we've been paying and paying property tax, water and garbage tax. Friday night, just me and my sisters. Let's see what's on. I don't even own a smoothie. Great, now where's the DJ? Oh, I want to time, not.
Holy shit!
And it's excessive. Stay away.
Hey, the contest starts any second.
That's what I'll be ready.
Good luck, genius.
Here we go. You're calling over right. Based on those some of the proof of the plan, like my face, so I don't understand. Type of surprise that grows into a span, turning text into cinema. That's just the I mean, honestly, it can't work, but I'm saying that's just the consequence of that to happen. So hopefully the paradigm or it shifts in the near future.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree. And yeah, exactly what she said. You're making more money than the man.
Attention still to where some politics.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did she say?
It literally has nothing to do with who makes more money. It has to do with when you're just simply doubling the labels. That's it. It's gonna balance out eventually.
In the government got caught. You know that there are some things, in my opinion, I think Trump needs to be held in Congress. These guys are hiding all this shit. And they need to get all this shit out. And if it means their heads rolled
one of the priorities is going to be to the listening skills, that you know what someone needs or someone wants. But a lot of times we get out of ourselves and we just have something to say. Not a bad thing. we all want to express ourselves. We all have a lot of great things to say. But we want to listen. And what Regal said was just not doubling or said nothing to it. Well, if you make women get more or getting paid more than men, which had nothing to do with what he said, it had to do with you projecting. It was something that was inside of you, feel insecure about. So when women are making more than you, you feel less control. They have options now, right? And I think that I can be forgiven. I can be your spiritual. Well, not spiritual, but I could be your advisor. Communication. We can do a listening exercise if you want. I'm not being critical of you because I have even worse problems than you. By far, I'm the last person to say like be critical of you, but you want to work on a few listening exercises?
I think that's a great idea. I'd love to read another poem if I may, moderators. Thank you for consideration. This is Megatron.
Just a second. Let me just comment. It's important that we address our weaknesses. So that we get stronger. As opposed to avoiding our weaknesses. Now, one of your weaknesses is listening. And how do we know that listening is a weakness? Because Regal said something. He completely ignored what he had to say. And said something off topic. Yeah, I know what you just said. That's not something you said. It's a problem.
I was grateful that Regal, of course, corrected me after this. I was, I need clarification of what he was talking about. I thought I knew what he was talking about. And so I'm sorry Thanks, Daniel. I think I've had enough advice from you. I don't need any more from you.
Hello, hello, moderators. I think we get the point. Let's move this conversation forward. Hello?
John, shut up. Even alive out there.
Well, we have to be gentler, more patient.
All right.
Let's keep putting ourselves on top of that invisible pedestal and worshiping, right?
I just want to say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed, his name be.
and they were the ones on the other side and coming through the other entrances, and there was no one that was stopping them. So it was kind of confusing to say, hey, who ordered the release of ammo and lethal weapons?
And she didn't attack anyone. Ashley Barrett. Renee Good did attack.
Not that we know. That we weren't there. And that's where we gotta be fair on this. Is that we don't know her intentions. We don't know what she did always. We gotta be fair. With Renee Good, she literally. Not even that. You don't know what she's holding in that vehicle. There was a literal fucking threat. Some people fear for life. She could have a fucking gun in that car. We don't know what she's doing. We don't know what she has in her hand. They can't see in the vehicle. So even her using the vehicle as a weapon is not even the argument. It's the fact that they couldn't see what she was holding. 100%. And the fact that she was harassing them all day. I mean,
No fire burns.
But
I think you should. I think you should look before you leap.
Hello?
That philosophy. What do you think? Look before you leap.
Is that projection?
Sure. Can you elaborate? Explain.
Think about what you're saying before you say it.
Hello? I'm pretty sure that you do think about what you say before you say it.
I'm pretty confident in my words, usually. Thanks, Regal.
Hi, is this an open discussion? I'd like to read another poem.
It's not an open discussion.
I would like to. It's you defending yourself. Are you a Christian, dude?
Oh, I believe I am, yes.
So this is what this room is, because I see a lot of Jesus.
See a lot of Jesus, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah,
God.
this is a more recent.
Damn.
This is a more recent Jesus. But forgive that. I wanted to say that despite my criticism of your listening, there were a lot of things I could have said that were constructive. Maybe I should have done that instead.
But I didn't know Jesus was
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, he was, in some sense.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that.
No, forgive it. I'm saying you're a personable way you speak. It's easy to connect with. You're very well spoken.
So you telling me?
Brother, why are you coming into this fucking room and making it like about what color Jesus was?
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you. I appreciate that, Daniel. And you know what? I can already see an advancement in yourself.
Thank you.
This is
You're glad I could actually make myself
this is beautiful.
whole.
It's so nice to see Christians getting along again.
Forgive and tell us what, if you want to, what is this idea of being spiritual advisor? Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that? Because I find that curious.
Sure.
Thank you.
Wow. Spiritual advisor.
Like passion wild, no losing through. Like hatred piled,
where do I start?
This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne.
Everybody wants to know what that means, right? Spirit.
Hunger is the beast.
Can I
we take, it will attend.
And then on gold numbers in Afghanistan. So yeah, and our shipping, not just our shipping, but allies and people around the world that have utilized the strait. Iran has attacked with their navy. So yeah, as far as war reparations, I'm gonna go with the fact that 241 Marines. I think that's $1 trillion per life. So $241 trillion.
Well, weren't they told to stay inside? Weren't they told to
The Marines actually.
It's constant clean, but I would know the truth is in the weight. It sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight, but higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter end. Happily then, let it be. Among the broken, we'll
shape, and tonight a new name is on the ballot. Local veteran and small business owner John Kitover officially launched his
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Mayor John Kitover.
Chicago, tonight we write a new chapter. As your mayor, I'm proud to announce that starting this year, property taxes are being cut by 10%. We are live over the Santa Ana.
Give me the sign of the open night.
Chicago Mayor John Kitover addressed residents tonight, focusing on love, faith, charity, and how tax dollars can serve the community.
Fellow Chicagoans, good evening. In this city of big shoulders, we know that strength is kindness. Love. And if these numbers are right, this state's open smoother around this year in 85.
I'm gonna do the spray us back from that.
Jump in juice box.
I'm John Kitover. When I'm your mayor, I'll cut property taxes 10%. We'll end the fraud and those political CTU contracts.
We deserve better. Mayor, property taxes 10%. We'll eliminate fraud and the political CTU contracts. Property taxes 10% so families can afford to stay in Chicago.
We deserve better. As your next mayor, I'll cut property taxes 10%.
Families need relief, not eliminate everything. I'm proposing a spending freeze across all non-essential departments. For the next fiscal year, the responsible committee will give a revenue shortfall.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing
Thank you for joining this special session on the ice tonight. I'm announcing a full spending freeze.
We interrupt regular programming with
Just the gods withdraw. A storm
This is the call that started this job for me. And today, I'm proud to announce we're expanding the community safety program across every ward. New lighting. This charity isn't just spare change, it's a change of heart. Equality means every handshake. Community? That's the neighbors, friends, family of our great city.
Years, this council has treated the city's treasury like its personal checkbook.
The waste, the fraud, the
This is reckless.
essential services. The council has spent beyond its means for years. And I release this morning, it was 10 million. Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Chicago's Mayor John Kitover is turning up the warmth this season.
Good evening, Chicago. Tonight, this rink is more than a night. Team, the charity telethons in an hour. Chicago's being up for a lot of abundance. The commercials last night. I want to make finish. No problem. This little guy fires the confetti right after you say the slogan. Just press this red button. Simple enough. Red button. Got it. This is brew coffee too. Different button. I'm John Kitover and I won't stop that. Team, the commercials last night. I want to make finally quiet night. Doors open. Hey, I brought deep dish. Hope you like sausage. Mayor, I'm cutting property taxes by 10% and I'm eliminating the water guard. Finally quiet night. Doors open. Mayor, I'm cutting.
Evening, Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover is rolling out a sweeping plan. He says,
Mayor, I cut property taxes by 10%. Chicago, it's time to glide into a new era. As your mayor.
Mayor John Kitover is making headlines tonight in his
On March 17th, 2020.
March 17th, 2026. Dear Mr. Kitover, I am writing to let you know that I will be supporting the Republican ballot.
We hit 5636 on the nose. Chicago families are being crushed by rising property taxes. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for braving the chill of the rink tonight. That's the amount. $2 million. As your mayor, I want to talk about our city's debt and property taxes. All right, folks, keep up the number this town owes, and it's still climbing. Debt higher than the water tower. Good news, thank you, friends. The city's debt has been growing faster than a teenager's mullet.
that figure or your lunch order.
Debt. Lunch would be cheaper, I hope.
What about
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're talking about something less than interest. Property tax. Fear clear, no surprise. Every dollar's stress. $435,393. That's the interest we paid last year alone. That number keeps on. John Kitover. On March 17th, 2020. March 17th, 2026. Time to get this ballot. Chicago deserves safe streets, good jobs, and a city hall.
in Chicago? Newly elected Mayor John Kitover held his first.
Chicago families work hard every day. They deserve property taxes they can afford. Hey, man, reminded my mom of her shares. Chicago's been paying too much for too long. I'm John Kitover. It's John from John Kitover News.
No families are paying.
I'm John Kitover.
As mayor, I'll cut property taxes 25%.
Hey, I'm John Kitover with Kitover Network.
Mayor John Kitover is outlining how he plans to pay for things. Chicago Mayor John Kitover has ordered in on warning a political jolt at City Hall tonight. Mayor John Kitover.
Good evening, Chicago. Our city carries a pension liability of $150 billion. In Chicago, tonight I'm speaking directly to you about the challenge that has hung over our city for decades. $150 billion pension liability. Good afternoon, Chicago. Our city is carrying a
Let's do tomorrow again. Feels like it was last year. Quick check in.
people of Chicago were served notice. We are done with backroom deals. Numbers are in.
So as of this morning, the water and garbage morning, I'm signing an executive order that eliminates the water and garbage. Chicago families are being soaked by a water. Chicago's strength is its people. I've walked it.
She took up her stand. Brilliance for ceiling.
That's the number stand on hog tag when I served overseas. Those numbers mark the times our city pulled together. So, our city needs steady leadership. John Kitover, 17-2026, right in my name, John. In Chicago, I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 News.
Riverton Mayor John Kitover is following through on a promise that's dividing the city. Today he ordered every city day one in office, and Mayor John Kitover is already breaking tonight. Chicago Mayor John Kitover has filed for
Light flash, I'm on the skyline. Getting on as soon as I talk in Chicago. Well, it's official property taxes.
Chicago's new mayor is moving quickly on promises to improve.
Spent my life right here in this town. Morning, the city of Chicago is filing for tax. Lights up. Chicago families are paying too much in property taxes. As mayor, numbers of the code for tonight's topic: taxes. Welcome to
You're watching City Line News on Mayor Kitover TV. Tonight,
to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're talking about good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're folks. Welcome back to Mayor Kitover TV, the show where I talk about. All right, it's Mayor Kitover TV. Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're breaking down the big evening, folks. Let's talk about the three pillars of running Riverdale. Property evening, folks. I'm Mayor John Kitover. Tonight on Kitover TV, we're talking about my 1-100. Chicago is my home. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. Good evening, Chicago.
Chicago Mayor is already
Good afternoon, Chicago. Today we're taking another step toward come back to the City on Ice podcast. I'm Mayor John.
crime and those smash and grab robberies are down tonight.
Hey, Chicago! When I took office,
All right, double checking the last digits. 36, right?
yeah. This year, violent crime in Chicago is at its lowest point in a decade. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running. Chicago, we are a city built by neighborhoods, by families who look out for one another. And I stand before you not as a politician, but as a neighbor. Chicago. Good evening, Chicago. Tonight.
Chicago mayoral race candidate John Kitover is rolling out a sweeping plan he says will end crime.
Gentlemen of Chicago, the crime.
Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees.
This pension ban has loomed over the city for years, but
In Chicago. Neighbors, today we gather in the heart of Chicago to remember what
Chicago is taking a historic step tonight.
Kitover, folks are asking about your tax plan. You said you want 10%.
John Kitover is promising relief for homeowners. On his podcast today, he said property taxes would drop.
We can do that while still funding core services. Morning, Chicago. Today we gather not just as a
Good evening on his first full day in office, Mayor John Kitover this morning defending a controversial decision.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Democracy on Ice. I'm John Kitover.
Tension spilled over the city hall today after
Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her eyes.
People related to IRGC going to Canada, and you fucking talking about delusional?
And someone just put in the chat, America and Israel, the only country slaughtering people. What the
idea
fuck is
that
happening?
America is going to work to save the Iranian people is absolutely delusional.
I never said that was our intention. I never said that was our intention. Our intention is to get the nuclear weapons. I'm cool with that too. I am cool with that too. Get them fucking nuclear weapons. I'm cool with that too. Get that shit the fuck out of there. Get it out of there. I mean, I'm cool with that too. The fact that we get to, I don't know, change the regime and, I don't know, help some citizens in the process. Shout out to that. But yes, get that nuclear shit the
develop nuclear weapons. So what's from June to now?
I don't think people
They
understand
sat
that.
there across from Donald Trump when they were talking negotiations, and they said they were 60%.
Literally, so.
So guess what?
So we're being lied to.
We're not being lied to. Just new information
They
comes out
smuggle.
every few
Hold
months.
on,
Love.
pockets. Hold on. Like they can smuggle things. They can hide things. The nations do that shit. Like you wouldn't know where our missiles are. You wouldn't know where the vast majority of our defenses are. Some of you would actually be surprised where our defenses actually rest on a map, and you would be like, "Oh shit, it's in my backyard." But over there, smuggle things. They can hide things. Who cares? Yeah, we destroyed their facilities. But now, guess what? When they come across and say, "Hey, we're at 60%," that's weapons grade. That means, at the very least, they can do some damage. So now, guess what? You're aware that you keep attacking our ships. It happened under Biden. It happened under every administration for 50 years. And you know what? They finally met a president who said, "You know what? I don't have to worry about re-election. I'm just going to go ahead and fucking do this. You won't take money. You won't take lifting sanctions. You won't take, you keep attacking our ships. You want to continue to do terror attacks around the world and attack the straits, and then you want to threaten everybody. And now you're telling me you have 60%. Welcome to war. Now let's see how you do." And oh, by the way, if Iran and the U.S. were just the only two going back and forth, some of these weak-balled Canadians would actually have a point. But guess what Iran did? It attacked other nations that had been involved. They attacked Kuwait. They attacked the UAE. They attacked Saudi Arabia. None of those nations were actively involved until they got attacked. And you know what? They've been helping us. They're helping us now. We have a whole litany. France is there, monitoring the Med, making sure, protecting shipping. England is offering support and logistics. Italy's doing their thing.
Egypt.
A lot of nations are jumping up. And guess who's not really helping out Iran? China, North Korea, Russia. We have a whole outside of Canada. Canada's taking all the IRGC refugees, which is I guess one of the reasons Canada is going to end up being on a hit list really soon, because I even believe the next administration, Democrat, they're not going to tolerate it either.
Yeah,
they're going to be like, "Oh fuck no, Canada's
No one
done."
cares about Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq. No one cares about Saudi Arabia. No one cares about the United Arab Emirates. No one cares about Qatar. No one cares about Kuwait. No one cares about Oman. No one cares about any of these places that are being bombed. Like, no one cares about. So let us step the fuck in and take care of what needs to be taken care of. My God, people are dying all over the place. Iran's bombing everywhere. Like, what are we talking?
Viking, can you hear me?
No, it's shit like that, though.
Nobody's responding. You mentioned that Iran mentioned or announced that they had percent capability. Wasn't that like 4 or 5 years ago?
No, I don't believe they were at 60%. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Estimated to have like 460 or so kilograms of
That was your question.
enriched uranium.
They have 440 kilograms of uranium.
And then last summer, we obliterated all of that.
We obliterated the underground facilities. That's what Trump said. And he impeded their nuclear development program. You shut up, Canada.
And then,
First off, go to a Canadian politics room. Go talk with the other idiot there.
so I've found the link.
I noticed in this room,
Hold on,
they
Buckets.
interrupt me, but they don't interrupt the younger women, and they don't interrupt the men. So.
Oh, they interrupt me.
Everybody. No, they don't, Pockets.
Yo, yes, BB interrupted me many times. It's
Shut up, pockets.
Yeah, see, it happened.
Stop talking, pockets.
It's possible again.
It's not a younger woman.
So then we have over 400 kilograms at 60%, which means apparently you don't know what a dirty bomb is, you don't know what weapons grade is, all this stuff. 5 years ago, you'd have to show me a link that says Iran came out and announced that they had 60% viability and that we were okay.
Well, it actually wasn't Iran. Well, Jennifer, it wasn't actually Iran that admitted it. They tried to lie, but the governing body that goes around testing for the levels, I forget what it's called, IAP. Somebody can Google it. They're the ones that discovered that they were way beyond 3.5%. They were at 60%. So they were trying to lie to the world. That's the truth.
With my own eyes and heard with my own ears.
You saw with your own eyes what?
Pete Hegseth say that during the operation.
6 years ago, Pete Hegseth wasn't in charge.
I found
she watched it on the news and she's like, Pete Hegseth, he wasn't in fucking power. He wasn't in the Pentagon at that time. What are you talking about? You couldn't have heard it from him.
Yeah, I found that story where it says in June.
I took my earbuds out because I feel like I'm not being heard. So maybe that's the issue. Just recently, when they did the whole operation, whatever it was called, back in June of 2025, I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears Pete Hegseth say on national television that we obliterated their ability to create nuclear weapons, including the fact that there was no intelligence that they had transferred their uranium from the site that we had obliterated. What you were saying, right?
What's your point in Trump when he said that?
What I'm saying about the 60% or the percentage, that was posted or that was presented a few years ago. I'm just confused as to what you guys are saying.
Okay, so first off, no one presented 60% a few years ago, and if it was a few years ago, it occurred under the Biden regime, which is maybe part why he abandoned the JCPOA and just left it there. But I don't recall ever hearing anything about Iran being at 60%.
Brad, in 2021, Iran announced that they're going to start reaching up to 60%.
Correct. Oh, okay. So
In
then,
May 2025, they had it surged by 50%.
okay, so in 2021 they were going to start. So then that's a very different thing from what Jennifer said. So now we cleared that up. Thank you for that. So now when we did bomb them, Trump said we obliterated their weapons capability and their development research centers. He hid them. Like there's no denying that. Now, when Iran says, hey, guess what? We're at 60%, and it's confirmed by international bodies saying, yeah, this is a lot worse than we thought. They were smuggling it. They were sneaking it around. Hats off to them. They were able to keep it cloak and dagger. So now Trump is like, you know what, enough of this. You're not going to have 60%. You're not going to go any further. We're going to continue to hit you. And that is pretty much the gist of what he is saying. Hegseth is saying, no, they cannot be trusted. Prior to that, Bolton wanted to do a full-scale ground invasion into fucking Iran and eliminate all of them. Literally all of them. He wanted a full, desert storm, roll through and pummel every town and village until we found every site that they were developing or doing uranium research on. So, Trump doing the strategic shit of hitting all of their military, Cooper sinking in literally all the coastline batteries, and the naval fleet is actually on par with a response. And it's not the first time we've done it. We did it under Reagan, and we're going to probably do it again, unless these guys actually capitulate, and then there's a change in the government, and the people actually do what they're supposed to do and elect people that are actually for the prosperity of Iran versus what they've been having so far.
So Hegseth telling us after the operation in June of 2025 was incorrect. Him saying that there's no intelligence that proves that the uranium was moved from where they obliterated everything.
At that time, he had no proof. No, he had no proof that they did that. Nobody did. Nobody actually, until Iran fucked up, until they opened their own mouths.
So Hegseth lied to us.
No, that's not what I said at all.
We don't have any proof or evidence that happened.
Jennifer, intelligence happens at a snapshot in time, right?
I know, like he literally went on national television and
at that time, he had no evidence. There was nothing in there that gave.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have spoke and maybe the word obliterated should have not been used. No,
the question,
you know what?
you should listen to the question. Hold on.
King Man, I don't want to talk to you. Like, seriously, stop. I don't want to hear your words.
You were wrong
You
about it.
speak and you don't listen to me. Like, I try to respond to you, you say nothing to me.
So again, just be the perpetual victim.
I'm not a victim. My life is good, regardless of who's in
Jennifer,
it.
you said in June he made a comment. You're correct, 100% correct. But then you seem to either not be willing to understand or something is, in June he made a comment and the reporter asked a question. Have you seen? So that means now, have you seen any evidence? So that's why context matters. Have you seen any evidence of them moving that? He said, no, there's no intelligence reporting we've received that that has happened. Now, 3, 4, 5 months later, that changed. Now, if you're saying that 3 months...
Can you share sources for that? Because I apologize, but I haven't seen
the source that you watch that has the reporter asking, like, right after the bombing, and since the bombing, have you seen any? And then he answers the question. So he's obviously answering for that moment. And then 3 or 4 months later, or actually 6 months later, it happened. So are you saying the comments that he made in June, he should have had foresight of what's going to happen 6 months later, and had someone was going to come back in time and tell him, hey, in 6 months you're going to have intelligence, so he should have answered, hey,
no, I don't think he should have made the comment unless he was 100% sure.
Yeah, he was sure at that time. But then, Jennifer, you're smart. You seem like a smart person.
No, I'm asking you to share a source with me from June to now that tells us that Iran has 60%.
I have it.
Okay, so
and I will authenticate myself. And I'm okay with being wrong.
I'm trying to understand.
Many people in this room.
So Jennifer, I'm trying to understand just one thought from you, okay? You believe this, if at the time his evidence said they didn't move it, and 6 months later it shows they did. You believe at the time he lied because he had evidence at the time that everyone came and told him that there was nothing there, and then later something happened. It's kind of like someone saying, hey, everything is safe now, and then three weeks later, a murder happens, and you say, oh, he lied. He said everything is safe. Yeah, it was safe at that moment. But 3 weeks later, something happened. You can't fault someone for something that happens later on that he may not know of. Now, if you say, oh, it's completely obliterated, they didn't move it, 100% sure. So that's why that's what I'm saying. You have the source where you got the quote that he said. If you watch the full thing, and I just looked at it and watched it, the question from the reporter, after the bombing, have you received any intel? And he said, no, I haven't received any intel. If the same question was asked 6 months later, and he answered the same way, then he could say he lied.
Right, and I cannot find anything that states that since then, Iran is claiming that they have 60%
I'm posting it right now. I'm looking at the article right now.
I love that podcast.
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
I'm open to being educated, and I'm open to being...
I'm reading it right now.
So he didn't lie in June. So in June, he didn't lie. So just to be clear, we established that.
Well, did he? I don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. We're common citizens. We don't know the workings of government. Should you know?
Do you believe in June that they actually had 60%? They didn't.
I mean, what Hegseth told us, no, I don't believe they did, because that's what he told us.
Correct. So
I
you
mean,
have
it's our
evidence.
government,
So here's the
but
best.
I feel like I lied to, because
Here's the best part. Do you have evidence that proves in June that they had 60%? In June of 2020.
I just posted the link in the chat.
Do I have evidence that they did in June? No, because the government told us that they didn't.
So how can you say Hegseth was lying?
Who in the government told us?
So I just posted the link in the chat. There's 1,000 links as well for this. I don't know how no one's not finding this, but there's 1,000 links with this information. So I just posted it.
Trustable.
Yeah, everything I'm finding is from 2021.
Yeah, no,
I posted the wrong link.
March 16th. Mine is from March 16th.
Yeah, Pockets, I'm finding everything from 2021.
Mine is from March.
Stuff that the Israelis seized when they happened to just get all the nuclear documents out of Iran.
Yeah.
BB announced that you can find.
Yeah, and Jennifer, mine is on March 16th, 2026. Is
Right. So Pockets,
I will read it.
So
Thank you, Pockets.
You gave the perspective, Pockets, of before the bombing, right? But what Jennifer said was after the bombing.
Right.
After the bombing in June, Hegseth answered a question that said that, there's no evidence that he hasn't received any intel, was the exact words, any intelligence that they moved the material. She said he's lying to us. Well, I said, okay, well, how is he lying to us? What evidence? She says, well, I haven't seen any evidence. And I'm saying after that, we don't know because he was never asked again that question under any press. But no one asked. Even when this Iran strike came, not a single person followed up on it. So to say he's lying without knowing the evidence, if the evidence is there or not, is disingenuous. Now, if you're going to say, I challenge the fact that we were bombing in June in the first place because they didn't have 60%. That's what Pockets provided you the evidence that that's fair. But when you made the comment that after the bombing, and he answered that he was lying to us, that they didn't move the nuclear, maybe they did and he lied to us or whatever. He said they didn't. Well, you don't know. We don't know if he lied or not. So you have every right, Jennifer, to challenge what we're doing now and say, hey, there's no evidence that they actually did move nuclear weapons. They had it because Hegseth said that at that time and hasn't commented since then. All I'm saying is, at that snapshot in time, it's possible he had intelligence that they didn't move it and things changed 3 months later. Maybe new intel came out. Wow, surprise, they actually do have it, but we don't know. Right?
So
that's what I'm saying.
So take a look at Joe's link. She's got information from 16 hours ago, and I would suggest that we all take a look at that real quick.
I'm also going off of the Iranian officials that are also claiming that they have this as well. The one that claimed that they have enough to make 11 nuclear bombs. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I do remember that.
I know. I hear you now.
The veracity of the Iranian officials is always to be questioned, but they did make statements that they have enough to make 11 nuclear warheads, and that they were at breakout, and they were at 60%.
And also,
The Israelis gathered, they stole those documents in 2018. And there was so much intel that came out of there. To show that they were at, hold on. There was so much intel to show that they were at threshold capacity. And like the fact that you're in denial about it is shocking. I mean, what else do you
about it? And don't forget, after we bombed the tanks and the other city, we weren't aware that they were smuggling it into I can't even remember the name of it, or some other, like the other location that's been popping up. So like we're going after those.
You also have, have you talked about the International Atomic Energy Agency? Like, do you trust them, or do you think they don't know what they're talking about?
And what's even more amazing is we actually have satellite images of the reconstruction efforts that are actually going on at these nuclear sites, the programs that they still have going on. So it's just like, to me, it's just like, like the fact that they're still trying to rebuild those sites that were literally destroyed, and still keeping their nuclear program intact, and keeping the key facilities that hold and actually harvested these little 972 pounds of uranium, bro, at 60% purity, which I think is where the 60% that everyone's getting from. Is it the purity of their uranium?
That's been the whole narrative. Look, the people that are pushing for the ground troops, they're making their rounds, tonight. Mark Levin had a show. Look, it's basically that 400 plus kilograms of the 60% plus enriched uranium, which they think can be used for an attack, and they say, well, we have to get that. We have to basically get rid of that, and that's what they're saying is the most urgent issue. Now, I'm not saying it isn't, or obviously they can do something with it, but
yeah, I just posted a link from July 2025, which is after Hegseth made the comment that she's talking, that now it's been found out that there was underground facilities that Iran had. So, and it basically talks about the world being deceived. So not that Hegseth lied, but that the intel wasn't conclusive at the time, right? But you didn't know it at the time. You find out later. Now you should say, how come Hegseth didn't come to the podium and correct it?
Okay, we don't speak Arabic, so whatever the fuck you're saying.
I'm sorry, just wanted to say hi.
I do have an interesting link from a
Hey guys, I was just gonna say, I sent all those links to myself. I'll read them throughout the night, but I have to go to bed. I have an early morning.
What I was gonna say was, I do remember the weeks afterwards, they found the photos with the trucks, and there was obviously they were getting rid of some shit. So,
They also were continuing to produce the delivery system. Like, no one ever talks about that. Nothing in the JCPOA stopped them from producing the delivery system, and they continue to use it.
And ballistic missiles. That's the clarity you're trying to say, Abby, is
Yes.
basically the JCPOA did not, and that was the biggest argument from the Republicans. If you look at it at the time, you'll see Mitch McConnell and everyone, they were all coming out saying, hey, you should tell them that they can't have ballistic missiles. They can't make missiles that are capable of carrying it because they could go and purchase nuclear weapons from someone else. So yeah, they can't make it, but they could get it. For example, Pakistan, which was their ally, could have given it to them, and they can use it in a ballistic missile. So they need to make sure that ballistic missiles aren't nuclear capable, and they didn't agree to that.
And I just wanted to put in the chat. I like reading about nuclear experts and their opinions on what's going on. So I highly suggest looking at other opinions, reading other experts that are speaking about this. There's a nuclear expert that spoke about how they're worried for what Iran is doing and the actual capabilities of what Iran could do. And people think that Iran is really hands behind their back, tied, can't really do much. They got some innovation. Like, I don't think they're not just sitting there with sticks and rocks and then putting together some fire. Like, these people have some technology. So I really think we have to underestimate these big nations, bro. We gotta stop doing that. We did that with a lot of places that honestly got us fucked in the end. So I think we just gotta stop underestimating these places and what they're capable of. Because honestly, from what I'm seeing and how many bombs Iran is dropping on other countries and on our military bases, I have no doubt that they are capable of creating these nuclear weapons, 100%.
I mean, in warfare, you can't underestimate your opponent. Politics will agree to it. I will say this though, we got the Ewoks are coming. The Ukrainians, when we fully implement their drone technology, is going to change the dynamics of this war. And I've been saying this for about 2 months now. The Ukrainians are going to help the U.S. military in a big way. And I say by June 1st, you will have a regime change, and the whole outlook of the war will be totally different. But just give it another month or so. We'll be right there.
That is the one thing that, like, so...
Exactly. We got the technology on our side, brother.
I'm not denying that. I will say I have listened, over the course of a couple of years. There's one buddy of mine. He's a combat veteran, and he was kind of, I asked for his opinions and stuff on the war in Ukraine, and they're saying, like, the big difference between, like, when he was serving is they had air supremacy, and they basically, so they didn't have to worry about the type of shit that the Ukrainians would have to worry about. But then also you have the whole drone thing, which is like, that's really changes a lot. But I that is one of my big fears is, like, with the drone. So you can see how they lob all of these rockets across the Gulf, and as well as the drones. And one of my fears would be like, okay, well, what can they do to the American service members on their soil? It seems, I'm not an expert by any means, but this is something that I would really worry about. They seem to be able to, like, hide where they launched this shit from pretty effectively. Like, in comparison to Iraq or Afghanistan, where Afghanistan didn't really have a means to fight by air, or they didn't have drones at the time. But then even Iraq, everything got toppled pretty much at the beginning of the war. So they didn't really have the ability to strike American troops in that way. And so maybe Brad can answer, I don't know. But one of the things I worry about is, like, how do they stop them from launching rockets on US service members and hitting them with drones?
How we stop them? We actually have a multitude of systems. So, like, our ships are protected, even the bases. Like if you actually look at the volume that Iran has to launch in order to maybe hit a target, like one out of 100, they may hit two. They may hit 2 strikes. So the rest get shut down pretty good. Our air crews are really good. They're fucking. Our satellite systems can oftentimes damage the guidance. And then, of course, we have our own batteries. Like, hey, you guys remember the Patriot missiles, and we have a few other systems that are in place to help deploy it's not that hard. Iran is not really developed in terms of weapons, despite all their saber rattling, and they just really don't. Like, we watched, go to Diego Garcia, we watched like what, a couple of them launch, and one splashed, and the other one we just tracked to see how well their guidance system had gotten into power, and then we shut it down within a 10-mile range. So it wasn't too hard. Like, they are protecting our soldiers. It's usually the volume, and occasionally one gets through, but nothing's 100% perfect. But our soldiers are pretty protected, which is why we have less deaths than what people are accustomed to.
I don't know. I mean, I am kind of just sitting here. I'm trying not to even like talk about this as much because like I'm just becoming an angry person. But you know, I could have swore that we were told like, oh yeah, just we just got to kill Khomeini. Oh no, we need to. It's just like after we did, the first attacks were launched a few weeks ago. Now it's just it seems like, oh yeah, well we might need troops on the ground. Oh yeah, you know what? Maybe it'll be a long-term effort, but why is that so bad? And it's just like, Jesus Christ, like this is precise. Like when Charlie Kirk was alive, and as you guys remember last summer, he in particular, he was saying like, dude, no, we cannot do this shit with Iran. I was somebody who was on his side there. I agreed with him on most things, not all. But I was afraid, one of my biggest fears with Trump is that he was going to get us involved in something like this, Iran. And it's just, and there's just like the amount of fucking deception and like downplaying what would be entailed with invading Iran.
This is coming one way or the other. Like, again, if people are looking at it, oh, like Trump did this. No, this was a buildup. Like, this wasn't even Trump's original plan and put forth. Like, this is a culmination of multiple administrations having the Iranian situation. Clinton wanted to go in, but he was mired. Trump, I think originally in his first term was going to deal with Iran, but COVID happened. So that kind of created a problem in and of itself. But Iran was going to have to be dealt with. What were we going to do? We're going to continue to allow them to go ahead and bomb allies, proxy terror attacks on multiple continents, and say it's okay, and continue to do the same pacifist things we're doing. Obama tried to buy them. He was like, fine, I can't get the support to invade you and just basically destroy you. He drone-struck a lot of people. But in the end, they weren't even willing to commit to the terms that he originally outlined, and he was taking heat at home for doing this. And it turned out he probably regrets it because we did track that money down to terror groups. So now we're stuck here. There's nothing left to do except go ahead and do it. And you don't want to pay for more expensive stuff. Most of the world's shipping is going right through that strait. Iran could make a fucking killing, but they decide not to. Instead, their idea is we're going to terrorize people, and we're going to support it. And
but what else is new though? Like, I mean, I feel like that's what they've been doing.
But I mean, like at some point after 50 years, like how long did you think the U.S. was? Even take Trump out of the equation. How long did you think the U.S. was really going to stand by and say this? Like Biden was pissed because he fell underwater. If you remember correctly, when those videos of the sailors being on their knees and Iranian Navy sitting there doing their like, ooh, Allah Akbar, we're killing the American Navy. He was pissed off about that because his stance on the JCPO had changed. He was like, I'm done being friendly with Iran. He just didn't have the support to go ahead and do it. Like, at some point, Saudi Arabia, like even look at the Abraham Accords, Pepe, that like the rest of the Middle East was going on an economic revival or proliferation. They were coming into the fold. They were looking at economic prosperity. Iran was the one trying to wreck it. They were launching into Israel, and whether or not you like Israel, it doesn't matter. But they were still sponsoring terror groups in the continent of Africa, in areas, transit, and in Europe and Russia. Like there was nobody that could tolerate it anymore. Somebody had to go ahead and do something. It's the U.S.
It's occupied as a country.
Can I speak for a second? Iran is like a
a very big nuclear, like not even nuclear, like a very big army country, or like most of the countries in that region spend their money on skyscrapers and stuff. Iran spend it on weapons.
Are you from Ireland and this is English is your first language?
Scotland.
God damn, your accent's so fucking. I thought Iranians with that speak English as a second language are easier to understand.
I'm not for or against Iran, by the way. I don't really know what they're actually doing, but I'm just saying, like, Iran have for years had like been like America's hunting years, and they've not like spent money on. They have done a wee bit on infrastructure, but most of the time they've just been buying weapons, like, and they've got underground stuff and that. Like, who's it was really going to like go get them? We're not really going to go get them, are we? Like, it was joking. Like, that's just like when people keep to get like Scotland, and everyone was all planned out, and everyone was for years was like.
Tension spilled over City Hall today after Mayor John Kitover called affordability.
And everyone planned some bridges and stuff, and they just done stuff to just fuck up the full, like, oh, well, they think they're coming this way, or we'll just sink the bridge. You're not getting them. I don't know how this is transpired to a point where
I get what you're saying. I do think that the IRGC are absolute pieces of shit. The Ayatollah, everybody that runs that country are pieces of shit.
Israel, fuck Jews.
Thanks.
What?
Yeah, that's lovely.
Apologies.
Do you wear a skirt?
But hold on. I want to ask him a question. So, are you of Middle Eastern descent, or are you
No, I'm fully Scottish.
Does he wear underwear under that skirt?
I'm getting lumbered with middle, which is what the Jews wanted. They wanted the West to be filled with adult, like that's what I thought. I'm in Scotland, and we're getting filled with Indians and Africans, and it's horrific, and that's because of the Jews. So fuck Israel. But also, can I just say something?
Okay.
90% Jews, all good. Don't hate any's. See the ones that are like crisis coming back and anti-Christ and all that nonsense that I've been hearing on the internet. Fuck all of them. But normally they'll just like.
But they don't believe in Christ. They don't believe in the Antichrist.
We'll remember that next time we need a cardiologist. Can we like?
That's fine. During you're getting things.
Tension spilled over City Hall today after Mayor John Kitover.
Israelis don't believe in Christ unless they're Christian. For fuck's sake.
Who are trying to make
to make one point, but you've just had this meandering nonsense coming out.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and move him to the audience.
Yeah.
Stupid points.
Hey guys, can I join the conversation?
Holy shit, I just got $30 in my bank account for moving him down the audience. Thank you, Israel. Amazing.
Cool. Seriously? So guys, I'm from Iran. I would like to say something if it's okay. So the thing is that today, I don't know if you heard about it, the IRGC targeted the international airport, and basically,
okay. Yeah, so before you do any misinformation here, I'm in Dubai.
Okay,
what you've said isn't true.
It got hit today. The international, the DBX airport, it got hit.
You mean DXB?
DXB.
I mean, it's 3 letters. You could try spelling it right.
Part of the groves of Eleusis. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood
heartstrings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flag. By the rage of the maze, I invoke. I aware of the fire in the sky that awoke. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You're mine, I invoke. By the force of the fashion of love, I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside.
It's my home. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I believe in safe neighborhoods.
I survive to the mountain volcanic alive. By the rage of rage, I evoke, I evoke, fire in the sky. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You are mine, I evoke. The long line sea whispers low to the shore. The swoon of the moon pulling tides evermore.
Make this city stronger while paying down.
It's meant to me like a spell, like a dawn. Tonight we can't quite restore. By the way, I evoke, I evoke, by the fire in the sky. I evoke. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You are mine, the sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flag. Attention school City Hall today. Attention school City Hall today after Mayor John Kitover called for a 50-year-old driving his new budget. Shadows dance, they break the light, echoes hum, the stars ignite. I was yours, you were mine, a spell woven in the spine. Crimson skies, the hour bends, time unfolds, but never ends. Fingers trace the edge of fear. Your voice lingers, sharp and clear. I fall, I fade through the fight. I go.
They're not protesting anything in particular. And that's why a lot of us think it's funny to see no king. What is Donald Trump is a fucking king?
He said that he is a king. He always liked to be a king, right?
No, Habibi, it's an art project by the liberal Democrats.
Okay, just in case.
It's an all or nothing statement. They're the fascists.
I'm just asking. If he said that, Bibi, if he said that, what do you say?
Get the hell out of my house. So, oftentimes this happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Put a $50 cash prize up to break that symmetry that I was talking about earlier.
And I would just like to explain to everyone that if you haven't cashed in your pink ticket to Believe, it's just $49.99 to cash out CHRISSYTHX, the letter U.
I wanted to complain to Chrissy customer service because I subscribed and I requested a refund, but you keep billing me. So just want to let everybody know.
It's customer again. Oh, shit. Listen, like I said, please put in another request via email. $CHRISSYTHX, the letter U. And we'll get back to you at our earliest convenience.
So when do the Christians think Jesus the Messiah is coming back to rule the world as king and Lord of the earth? Do you have an estimated date?
The estimated date, time, and place of when he will come back to Earth, and that's with an F, is not known and will not be known, and that's within Scripture.
Is it?
There's some things that have to happen before that, though. If you look at, have you heard the Olivet Discourse?
Hello?
The Olivet Discourse.
What is that, like a
What
recipe?
Jesus is telling the apostles what's going to happen before he comes.
I think there's a salad recipe named after that. It's called the Caesar salad.
But pretty much, like, Jesus is quoting from Joel 2. And if you look at Joel 2, like, a lot has to happen before the end comes. Like, for example, let me give, like, one example. I don't need to give equations, so please stop me from talking to you. One example is the fig tree. So if you look at Joel 2, it says that before the end will come, the word the sun will turn to darkness and the moon will turn to blood. The fig tree will be blooming for Israel, right? Jesus cursed the fig tree in the Olivet Discourse, meaning that Israel still has a long way to go before they fulfill prophecy.
Well, I personally love figs in my salad, and I love even figs on my pizza. When you slice up a fig, especially a Turkish fig, it is a wonderful, exotic fruit. It's not a vegetable. A fig is a fruit. And unfortunately, there's just not enough figs to go around these days in everybody's chopped salads. But I, for one, will always love extra, spending the extra money to put those figs in my salad. Fig. It's what's for lunch.
Yeah, I introduced him. Oh yeah, he left. Okay, I was just gonna tell him what you do, but like he already left.
Oh, I was gonna ask the moderators if I could read a poem.
No.
Oh, you'd rather just hear more conversation instead of something intelligent?
Dude, like it's cool that you
Hello?
come here. I don't mind, man. But like,
Oh,
like,
thanks.
chase people
Is
out
it
of
your
my fucking
house?
room, please.
Is it your reality, your world? Oh, green bean
Yes,
fascism.
it is.
Hello. Hello? Hello?
Hello, it's my home. I'm John Kitover.
Shadows dance, they break the light. Echoes hum, the stars ignite. I was yours, you were mine. A spell woven in the spine. I invoke through the ash, through the smoke.
Introducing one more bad idea.
Your voice lingers, sharp and clear. Winds will howl, the earth will quake, a promise held, a vow won't break. Though I try, though I choke, I rise. No matter when or where, I'm in this truth. Breathing in the nowhere, breathing out the proof. One heartbeat on repeat. Attention spill. Feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years. I am right here. Emptiness here, emptiness there. Still the infinite universe stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes.
This guy just dropped a massive metal plate. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I believe in safe neighborhood.
Infinitely small, I reach
The attention spilled over City Hall today after Mayor John Kitover called affordability a buzzword driving his new budget.
every time I name it, it slips right through my core. No distance now, no then and now. Definitions vanish, let it all fall out. No edge, no start, just this open heart. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Infinitely small, infinitely wide. Where do I end? Where do I hide? Definitions crumble, they slip away. The truth is here, it doesn't sway. A thought that bends, a moment stays. No time, no space, no numbered days. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares in the face. Beyond the stretch, beyond the fray. No more labels, no more names. Here and there, they gotta say the infinite places, endless In this world of suchness, sweetest of like streams. No self, no other, no splintered dreams. The sky folds inward, the stars lean low. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divides. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless space. 10,000 years in a heartbeat's glow. No coming, no going, no need to know. Ripple in silence, stillness hums. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divides. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless. stays open wide, it never rests. No dreams to chase, no fleeting quest. The mind unmoved, no lines to draw. 10,000 whispers, one single law. No edges, no sea. It's all as it seems. Timeless essence, endless space. No entanglements, no race. Stillness moves, motion stays. Oneness speaks in endless ways. The mountain flows, the river stands. Grains of time slip through my hands. No need to measure, no need to buy. The self is timeless outside the mind. No cause, no ties, no truths, no lies. Release the weight. This causeless state. Timeless essence, endless space. No entanglements, no race. Stillness moves, motion stays. Oneness speaks in endless ways.
Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. And grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain. Let go of loss. dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense.
Would not give them that. I personally would never give them that level of information. I don't know what else to say.
But doesn't Clubhouse do the same thing? Doesn't TikTok and literally all these apps do the same thing?
TikTok, yes. Facebook, Snapchat, yes. But this app isn't nearly as invasive as the others. But yeah, some of them do. It varies app by app. But TikTok was probably the most pernicious, invasive app. And I'm talking before basically they were trying to, in my opinion at least, destabilize the West. It was very, to me, it's incredibly transparent. The Chinese wanted to collect all this data on us. They wanted to make sure that they inject a bunch of really toxic shit and a lot of points of views that would go against that which would traditionally be considered American, and which is it's a very Soviet style of propaganda where their goal is to basically flood you with information that discredits everybody, so you just kind of become apathetic and you're not willing to vote or support for anybody in your country. But of course that the linchpin with that is after October 7th, and then there's people that really pro-Zionist that ended up putting an end to it. But yeah, it really depends on the social media app. Meta, which is Instagram and Facebook, pretty bad. But I would say TikTok was the worst, and they were. I would say that is actually used as an intelligence tool against the United States. It was a shitty fucking app. But I don't know. It was.
But so was Twitter. I mean, literally before Elon Musk bought it, it was fucking weaponized and used by our own government.